Hey guys, welcome to the stream. If you're watching the VOD, intended to stream right after the test, but some real life stuff came up. So I wasn't able to, but I'm here now. I wanted to collect some feedback and bugs, and also maybe do a little bit of QA today. Might as well bring up the client too. Let's see. Everything popping off in Discord? No, it looks like not. It should appear soon though, I'd imagine. Hey, how's it going, Swanee? So I'll pop out the chat. Let me just fire off my own message, I guess. Oh, there it is. Yeah, sometimes it takes a little bit, these bots. Cool. So yeah, Swanee says, hacking away at a couple projects for the minivan with my while my wife and kids are playing at a children's garden. Cool. I just got back from breakfast. My brother and my dad, and yeah, just wanting to talk shop about Monsters and Memories. Hey, how's it going, Caution? Yeah, it is nice. My brother's visiting, so we all got together. Dargith, how's it going? Good to see you. So yeah, today I wanted to talk feedback stuff from the test. Obviously, the test I think went really well, but curious to kind of get another kind of litmus test on kind of what people are feeling with the feedback stuff, and just see if it's, you know, stuff that I also agree with, and we can get some action items in place to correct anything. Obviously, there's a lot of opinions. You know, it's going to be, we're not going to be able to answer everybody's feedback and change the game, but just to get a good idea of things that, you know, people are talking about. Surprised to see the notification. Glad we didn't scare you off streaming more. Yeah, so I wanted to stream right after the test, but some things came up, so I wasn't able to. Test was amazing. Thank you. Glad you liked it. Biggest point of feedback, there's too many damn goblins. Good morning, tell it. Dude, the goblins are amazing. I love the goblins. They're just like a roving band of, I don't know. They're silly. They're conniving. Gobos are the best. That's right. Hello, everyone. Been watching NWC's VODs for a few years. First time ever joining a stream. Inspired to hop in here because you guys are really awesome, and I'm totally in love with Eminem. Hey, I'm glad it was my stream. Actually, I feel kind of bad because this is like only the second stream I've done in a few years, so sorry if it's not that great. I'll try my best. Definitely check out some of our other streamers, though. Like, they're actually streaming them being talented and awesome. We're just gonna we're just gonna have a conversation here, pretty much. Talk feedback, talk Q&A. But yeah, yeah, I would say just start hitting me with your feedback, and also you can hit me with questions as well. We can do kind of like a feedback Q&A stream. I think that might be fun. Sacrilegious slander, Gabas are the best. Yeah. I was gonna join Sean's yesterday, but he tapped out. Oh yeah, he just got back from a concert, so he's gonna have a little bit of downtime. But yeah, hit me with feedback, hit me with questions. I'm wanting to get a good grasp on what people are thinking and just questions and stuff. Hey, Chinny D, how's it going, man? I heard Spellblade was in need of a bit more to the class. Any ideas for that? All right, so let's put it down. Spellblade needs a bit more to the class. There we go. Feedback received and agreed with. So classes are slowly starting to get a lot some more stuff. The focus is kind of shifting back to classes because there's been so much of a focus on like content and trade skills, other things. At least from my end, and just other ongoings with the project. So, yeah. So I'm definitely trending in that direction of making it more of a focus now that early access is coming up. So yeah. So Spellblade is definitely going to get some stuff. Don't you worry. And then some cool special effects too. We just brought on a VFX artist, so cool new spell effects and other stuff coming very soon. So let's see. Pets still tank better than actual tanks wearing plate at the same level. Yeah, so there's an issue with pets and NPCs in general at the moment is that they are just too good at avoiding damage, especially when there's like a noticeable level gap there. And that's something that we've identified and are coming up with a solution for. I know I've talked to Ollie and Runaf about it, and those are the two gentlemen that are taking care of a lot of the combat formulas and balance. So we'll probably have something for that soon, I would expect. But yeah. So let me just write a few things down here. For balance, we'll say pets too good at tanking. So Snah, he says, I did a lot of mining. Only feedback I had, it was difficult to find silver after you get to 95 mining to get those last 5 points to get into iron. Not sure if that could be smoothed over at all. Yeah, so we can say rare metals, difficult to find silver specifically. So one thing we're doing with the some of the tiers is we're shrinking down the rare metal tiers so that you aren't needing to skill up as much. They're kind of more like half a range or something like that. I believe Rift is going to be making some changes there. So some of this may be alleviated. However, it might just be a case where like there isn't enough silver out there. So that could be the issue. So yeah, noted, and I believe we have some stuff in the works for that. Ellie feedback. Okay. Fire Pet seems to struggle to have a great role. Nuke and DS lines felt a little spaced out between upgrades. Some more creativity about leaning into elements beyond pets would be nice. More item summons would be nice. Yeah, no, I agree with all that, and a lot of that is coming, especially like item summons and whatnot. I have like a whole like kind of interaction system planned with pets where you can kind of combo off of your pet essentially and create different utility effects. One of them already exists in the backdraft, I believe, where you can kind of have a knockback using fire plus air together. So I'll be fleshing out their instant cast like nuke line, and that will actually be how you leverage the combos, essentially the synergies between your pet and which element of that instant cast nuke that you're using to combine together and create different effects. So that's something I've wanted to do for a while. We have the tech, and I've kind of proven it out on one of the abilities, but that would be a good target too. And another thing with Elementalist too is I want to get the Master of Elements cooldown working, because that's meant to be a lot more grand than it currently is. So yeah, let me note this down. Is that another thing we're doing? I'm doing with the fire pet is and this may not stick, but we're gonna move the spell haste off of the air pet and put it on the fire pet, so that it's the spell haste plus the damage shield, which is an interesting combination of things. So it's still probably going to be kind of niche, but there's more incentive to use fire, at least in that case. But yeah, the air pet is really strong because of the Wind Fury style buff. That's going to be always really good. So I'll keep looking at those auras, and I had some ideas, maybe adding some health regen onto the water pet one. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of ideas that we can go with there. So let me record some of this stuff before I get on to the next feedback. So Elementalist, let's just say fire pet. Oh, what was that? I don't even know. Oh, I got follow alerts on. I forgot about that. Thank you for the follow. I can't even read your name. It's so tiny on my other screen. I feel bad. Can I look at my dashboard? Menace 809. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay, so fire pet struggles. Oh shoot. All right. Mir Ayin Shala followed. Thank you. Sorry if I am bad at pronouncing names. Okay, so the fire pet struggles in having a great role. Nuke and DS lines felt a little spaced out between grades. More item summons, elements, themed things. Okay, so that's pretty good. Okay, so Syriad says, hey Nick, just a quick mechanical question for Inquisitor. Does the debuff portions of our spells cause aggro? Aggro management felt super funky because the higher ranks of Torment were pretty cost prohibitive. There's some strange things with threat on certain abilities, and I don't know that we have them tuned in a way that we want to yet. I would have to talk with other Inquisitor players on how that all feels. I would imagine their PBAOE stun is decent threat, and potentially Magic Break, but that's changed a little bit over time, so I might not have the best information on that. But if you feel that a certain ability line is underperforming in threat and you feel it should be higher threat, I'd love to hear more about that. But yeah, I can put what am I doing here? Let's see. Inquisitor threat dumps may be too costly, or low or no threat, potentially even. And we can reference the torment line. So I'm gonna be a little bit behind here. Let's see. So Candyman says, played an Inquisitor and Ranger in the last test. I know Ranger has more that you want to add to their kit, but to be honest, I already really enjoyed it. It's a simple thing, but ranged auto attack is amazing. It means kiting is extremely fun and effective, especially with snare. Yeah, and that was the kind of the idea, is like give them their kind of ranged auto attack, and just I think that alone is kind of like a quality of life from the MMOs of old, right? And combined with some of the utility they get with spells, like that's obviously gonna feel like a nice package together. Obviously, there's a lot more that we can add, and I've been thinking about Ranger versus Archer, and I really want to give Ranger elemental shots, basically. Now, whether that would be like kind of like an activated thing where you are like always pelting with like a fire shot until you switch it to like an ice shot, and then you're pelting with ice and doing like micro snares, or, things like this. That would probably be how it would work. And maybe add a little bit of elemental damage onto each hit as well. But yeah, we'll see when I get in the lab, because usually I go in there and I'm like, how's this gonna work? And then I start like prototyping something out, and it can change over time, depending. But yeah, that's kind of the idea. We're also working on tracking right now. Specifically, Zilith is working on tracking. So yeah, look forward to tracking coming soon. Yeah. What's up, Zaraki? Level gaps on hitting is really noticeable as a pet class. When you say level 16 pet is trying to hit level 20 plus mobs when you're a 19 player, feels bad. They miss almost every attack. Yeah. And that's just kind of been one of the complaints in general, is that levels are too impactful on like all or nothing situation when fighting targets higher or lower than you. Yeah. So, that's already something we're discussing. We're already, it relates to the pet topic as well. Obviously, NPCs have even, greater ability to prevent that damage from coming in. So, yeah, that's become problematic with the pet balance. As for Inquisitor, you felt that the moment-to-moment gameplay and combat was a little boring, especially compared to Fighter. But once you got Scintillating Shock, it really changed up the dynamic. Yeah, definitely. Scintillating Shock is fun to use as a tank. I feel like it gave me a lot of control over each fight, whether it's just building aggro on mobs from the stuns or using the stuns to sneak in a mez or something. Only got to level 11, so my picture of the class is a little limited. But so far, it seems promising. Yeah, I mean, again, Inquisitor is a class that probably needs more. But yeah, it's a fun little kit, and it's a good taste of things to come. So I know there are other tank options that are feeling really good right now, like Fighter, obviously. Shadow Knight has been pretty good. And Paladin also brings some interesting, healing utility and whatnot. But yeah, Inquisitor is cool. It feels a lot of people are interested in it, and I want to keep nurturing that class and bringing it into a really fun spot. What we need more of is just cooldowns in general, is like, those kind of oh crap buttons that you can press. And Inquisitor has a couple, but I still think there's some more potential for like offensive ones as opposed to the defensive ones that they have, like deflect and the kind of anti-magic bubble thing. So yeah, it's definitely needs more cool stuff. Let's just say that. But to be fair, I mean, you did say that the class was feeling better as you leveled, so you know. But still, it does need more cool stuff. Hello there, perhaps a known bug. I did not find my corpse on the run back like 2 times. Send in a petition next time when the closed alpha goes back up. That will be something that we can resolve for you if it's truly the case. And we can see what happened with that. Gems are impossible to find too. Yeah, people complain about the gems. It's a hard situation, right? Because there's so many gems, but you don't want to make it so they're so common that people are just getting them like crazy. But then yeah, it's hard to. Not only is the percent chance on gems kind of low, it's there's just so many different possibilities that it makes the individual gem that you're looking for possibility so low. So yeah, I don't know. There's maybe some things that we can do there to alleviate that. So gems are hard to find, to say. Hi Nick, thanks for the stream. Recent playtest was incredible. Goblins are the master race. I'm wondering if I could hear your thoughts on how Feign Death is currently working, whether there's any planned tweaks to it. Feels a little bit too unreliable, currently making a not great tool for polling. There's been a few threads in Discord, I think, with the same sentiment. Yeah, I've seen those threads. So, essentially... Monk... Let's do... Or actually, we'll just say, I mean, technically it's Feign Death in general, right? I'll just put it under Monk. It's fine. Feign Death is unreliable. And I think there's a... So, the reasons that I am aware of are... A, when you Feign Death, there's kind of like a second or two delay that is really weird. It doesn't actually... Like, it seems like it's lag, but I don't actually think it's lag. I think there's actually something going on with the code of it. And I mean, obviously lag is a little bit of a factor in that scenario, but I'm thinking that, what's it called? I think there's some kind of bug going on there. And then the other issue that I'm aware of with Feign Death is when you Feign Death, the mobs often walk back too closely together. There isn't much opportunity to split. And there are some numbers we can tweak there. So I'll note that these are already things that I've noted internally, at least the Feign Death delay. Feign Death is delayed and feigned mobs path back too closely too often, I guess is a good way to put it. But if you have other things about, obviously Feign Death too, it doesn't have the kind of full mem blur of like lower levels like it did in EQ. Still uncertain how I'd actually want that to be. I kind of like. Oh, you know, another issue with Feign Death is there's no mem wipe after time. Like, you could stand up 5 minutes later, and if it didn't pass the blur check, then you're gonna have like mobs and a train coming. Maybe like after 5 minutes, you get a message that's like, "Oh, your enemies have forgotten you" or whatever, right? That doesn't exist, and maybe it should, right? It probably should. So we'll put that in there as well. So, regarding Pet being too good at tanking, I think they should not be able to take aggro over a player character if both are attacking. Bloody Bones, Kel, thank you for the follow. So this was actually intended to be different. It's Marcy, thanks for the follow, and Brewlore, thanks for the follow as well. Yeah, so the idea there was to make it so that Karu Okami, thanks for the follow. So the idea was that you can duo up with a pet class and have the pet class be tanking for you, so that if a friend, two friends are playing together and they're playing Elementalist and Rogue, it's not going to be a situation where the Rogue just can't play. And I know this may seem imbalanced. It may seem like, oh man, pet classes are just going to be better and just all these things. But it's a decision that I made in the interest of fun and in the interest of like playing what you want more. Because pet classes are definitely relevant. But I guess it makes them more relevant, right? So there's a little, you know, quandary there for certain people, but I kind of like the decision. I mean, feel free to shoot me down on it, but I like it. But if it's really truly damaging to the game, I mean, keep posting feedback on it, and then eventually I may have a change of heart. But right now I'm happy with it. So yeah. But pets feeling too strong, that's definitely not intended. I've been working on the balance with pets. I thought, I think the numbers wise they're in a good spot, but I think combat formula wise and like level differential wise, that's where the true imbalance is coming out with pets. Das Balla, I'm pretty sure you were the first streamer I ever followed. Is that so? Is that from the hot stays or? That's crazy. Let's see. But I can add that as feedback. Let's just say, pets. Maybe they shouldn't tank for others. Does Elementalist pets are the same level as the player, like SK pet? So the main pet classes, it's the same level, or maybe -1. I think I may have changed it to -1. And then in the 50s, it's like maybe -2 or -3. But I think it might be even level for main pet classes, and then -1 for the kind of secondary pet classes like SK and like Shaman and Druid. But it's a very, I mean, it's not a huge difference, right? So but there's other ways with the balance numbers that I try to make them weaker. But I think overall the level of the pet is part of the problem. But the other problem would be if it was too low of a pet, then they wouldn't be hitting at all. So yeah, it's probably going to be a combat formula and balance fix. I got a Ranger to 8 and a Shadow Knight to 15. Shadow Knight felt like a more complete class. I know you've mentioned that Ranger will be getting another pass before EA, so I'm excited to see what it gets. Yep. Yeah. Are you planning to make the Fire Pet caster type again? It'd be nice to maybe do that. They're kind of more homogenized in a way, but differ with their auras. Their spells are a bit different, like what they cast is a bit different, but yeah, they're not like. It would be cool to have a pet that is a pure caster as opposed to like a fighter with instant cast ability, right? So yeah, let's list it down. Maybe make certain pets full caster. Fire pet could act as a campfire too. That's true. That is true. Campfire pet would be nice. Oh, okay, so I think I got everybody. Kairu Akami, it's Marcy. Thanks for the follow. Let us see. CI. Oh my god, I read your name all the time, and I actually don't know how to pronounce it. Sai? CI? C? Well, anyways, thanks for the follow, and thanks for the unwavering support. Man, my chat is kind of messing up. Let me see. I kind of lost my spot. Okay. Necropets feel like they need a bit more descriptions, if nothing else, to make clearer their differences. Skeletons seem the best, and Zombie looked like a wasted spell via descriptions. Yeah, so Zombie used to have the fighter debuff aura, but I felt it was too powerful, and I felt that it took away from the fighter a little bit. If you guys have any ideas for what the Zombie pet should do, feel free to shoot them my way. I don't feel too strongly one way or the other. I was thinking maybe some kind of debuff, but not as potent as the unnerving whale was. Because, yeah, I just felt it took away from the uniqueness of the fighter and what they bring. But, I don't know. Let me do... zombie pet needs new thing. General feedback. The immersion of the game is second to none in my book. All the typical things I've seen people complain about, e.g. corpse runs, darkness, the vendor system, sandstorms, etc., all add to the immersion and feeling of being in a real place with real weight to it. I want a world where the rules of the world may sometimes circumvent my gameplay. So far, Eminem hits that mark better than any MMO I've ever played. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. That's really, really nice of you to say. And yeah, I mean... It feels fun to be in the world. I definitely enjoy it. Undead pets having more flavor and strength would be cool. I just used a skeleton since it was easy to get bone chips. Also, our pet's supposed to be able to carry 6+ weapons. So pet inventory and trading needs work. We are probably gonna add like a pet like a full like inventory screen for pets. At least that's what I would like to do. And I think that you know, we're also gonna give it, you know, have it so that pets can receive a damage bonus from getting a weapon again. That was taken out for a while. But we also want pets to, you know, be able to equip equipment and, you know, visually have like a hat on or whatever, right? So you can kind of make fashion quest your pet a little bit while giving him benefits, right? Through that gear. And yeah, I think a dedicated inventory screen would be really nice for that. And it's something that we can do with our character sheet because we have those different tabs and we can kind of tab into the pet screen, and that'd be really fun. And I think it would be really cool too, especially with like permanent pets, mounts, pack animals, stuff like that. So yeah, it's a system that's in progress, and you know, there's cool things that we want to do with it. Does harsh meteor events, real dangers will be a thing? I don't understand what you're asking, but I think so. More general feedback. It seems there is some level of player collision over ore nodes. Some people feel it's okay to tap a node someone is already working on, while others feel it's rude. I tend to fall in the latter camp. Not sure if you guys intended that player collision or not, but if not, one solution could be just to make nodes give their products with a single hit, similar to how herb nodes work. Yeah, it's a good call out, and it's something that's, you know, a frustration in like World of Warcraft, for example, right? And you know, our gathering system is not too dissimilar from that. So yeah, I think there's some things we could do. I'll notate it down. I don't really have a good answer for you right now, but yeah, there is a couple things we can do. Like you mentioned, you know, you could get everything in one hit. I don't know if that would feel good or not. May like speed up the process too much or something. Yeah, it's okay. So mining competition is annoying. Put that. Derpalurp 5040. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. Bind Wound currently feels extremely difficult to level, especially without the ability to buy or summon bandages, and the healing doesn't feel worth the resources / time invested. So it feels difficult to level. That's interesting. I wonder why that is exactly. We did buff it quite significantly, so not only are you, as your skill goes up, you're getting more healing, but if you're using the higher tier bandages, you're not only getting more healing out of it from the skill, but also the item. And to be fair, I need to go in there and double check that everything is feeling good with that. But if you guys are saying that it's hard to skill up and there's some issues with it, then I'm sure there probably is. But I'd be curious to see like who has high bind wound. Does anyone have high bind wound yet? And how is it feeling at the higher end of things? It might be something to consult with some the closed alpha testers about, because I'm sure they've gotten it higher, unless there's no way to do it, which would be bad. But I will say double check bind wound isn't terrible still. Because we definitely tried to make it better. So if it's still bad, then that's a big issue. And yeah, the cast time did go up. Maybe that's something we reverse and but we'll see. It's not meant to be a great option. It's meant to be an option, right? It's it's not meant to be comparable to having a magic caster with you casting heals on you with magic, right? They're bandages. So that's something to consider, right? Is people are like, oh, bind wound is underperforming. That might be kind of ballpark of where we want it, right? But I could still see it being a situation where we need to improve it a little bit. So I'll double check on that. Obviously, I really like the distinction of the tanks in the role. However, I feel like our comparable effective HP was pretty low. Would really like a rune like self bubble type effect to help us manage a bit, especially versus the physical damage side of things. Was that regarding Inquisitor? Yeah, I believe that's the case. So Spellblade is kind of doing the whole bubble thing. Inquisitor would probably bubble against like magic and stuff. I don't know that they're meant to. I mean, other than the fact that they wear plate armor and are kind of a hybrid tank, like their mitigation isn't like their kind of specialty against melee, at least physical attacks. So yeah, I don't know. I'll note it down, and then when I'm going through their spell list, maybe there is something that I can find there, like like shield, some kind of like shield block, right? Because they use shields and stuff like that. So maybe there is room there, and obviously they are a martial fighter as well. They're a hybrid, so I think they do deserve some kind of cooldown based defensives and certain things there. By the way, Kuros, thank you for the follow, and Reina AM, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome to the stream. Oh yeah, the effective HP to double check on that. Inquisitor could also use some more races as well. Being limited to 2 felt kind of weird. Yeah, we're doing something right now with the tweaking the race class matrix. So and actually, there's some surveys in Discord that are worth your attention if you're interested in that kind of stuff. So definitely check out our surveys channel in Discord and make sure to fill that out. It's greatly appreciated. Bug, Master of Elements. Makes you fall through the world. Yeah, it's a known thing. I think it has to do with being a gnome and using any kind of illusion. Excuse me. Maybe other small races as well, but definitely gnome. I will write it down regardless. Illusions cause collision issues, especially as gnome. Group experience feels kind of weird when someone in your group is a level or 2 above the rest. Yep, these are all the... This is funny because this is a lot of the feedback that we've been hearing. And I think I actually saw like a commit from Ollie that's like rethinking how we do group XP, right? Like, so I think maybe some changes have already been made, but they haven't made it to the closed alpha yet. But we'll put in like group XP when people are level or 2 above rest. All right. Bug, reclaim essence seemed to be non-functional. Spell would complete and just do nothing. Interesting. Okay. Let's put this under pets. Reclaim essence might not work or isn't effective enough. I don't know that we have the functionality like completely how I want it for that ability. So it may be just a case of it not being effective enough, or just super placeholder. So apologies if that's the case, but I'll double check on it. One thing that might help with this will be the addition of the deep races and high elves. Yeah, all those races are supposed to have Inquisitor as an option. Yeah, so as more races come online, obviously Inquisitor will have more home classes. How's it going? Okay. So, sir, that is a Google Doc. Yes, that is correct. Aggro lasts for so long with FD often. Yeah. Nick, I did try a monk for a few minutes in the last test and tested Feign Death a little bit. I went into Wormsbane and tried FDing on some mobs. It took a while, but eventually when I stood up, they never came back to me. So definitely not trying to question what you said about Feign Death having no mem wipe component. But at least in my experience, it seemed to have the possibility of a mem wipe. Yes, it does have the possibility of a mem wipe. That's correct. But what I meant was it's not a guaranteed mem wipe. In EverQuest, before a certain level, it's like a guaranteed mem wipe. By the way, I didn't say hello, Sean Heidi. Thanks for tuning in to the stream. Let's see here. Wild Nick has appeared. That's right. A Wild Nomer Gimson has appeared. How's it going, buddy? Rogues wearing chain feels kind of antithetical to the class. I understand keeping gear split among classes to avoid some of the inherent competition, but with Spellblade having taunt, I feel like it would make sense to have more AC over Rogue. So the idea there was Ranger already has chain and is like a semi-tank, like off-tank. So hitting on a leather class it's less AC, but the fact that they bring strong bubbles, that was kind of the thinking with that. But I do agree that the armor types are not well distributed among the, like, there's only like what, 3 chain classes and like 5 leather, and but you know, we are going to add more classes over time, so we have the potential of evening that out. And you know, if we feel last minute, if any of the classes are needing an armor type that change, then you know, we can always do that. It's not an issue. But yeah, I'd have to make sure that, you know, the team is cool with it. But right now, no plans on any of that, as far as I know. But I can write something about that. So armor, maybe distribute it differently between the classes. Maybe rather than pets in general, not being able to steal aggro, just the non-tank pets shouldn't generate as much aggro. Yeah, that's potential. Non-tank ones only. Okay. The legend lives again. Hey, how's it going, Pipes? Good to see you. For that Elementalist rogue combo, Elementalist should have to use the Earth Pet if they want their rogue friend to not get wrecked. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense. Forced to use Earth in that situation. So that's a cool idea. I'll note it down. I love that pets can tank. Very cool IMO. Yeah, I like it. It gives a little bit more flexibility for certain class combos, right? You know, it always was a bummer to like be in EQ and like you're a rogue and your friend's a pet class, and it's just, you know, not a necro pet class, and it is kind of demoralizing that you can't really function together. I know that's like kind of part of these style of games, but I felt like it, you know, maybe it was a little too much in that regard, and kind of wanted to side on the side of fun with that one. Yeah. So, I mean, keep giving feedback on that. That's fine. But yeah, we'll see. I really like it the way it is, though. But yeah, no, that idea with the maybe using the Earth Pet, forcing that's a neat idea. So maybe if we did change anything, something like that would be reasonable. Another Nick stream, camping, so I had to join just to see if it was true. Back to the woods I go. Happy Tuesday, folks. Hey, Wallabus, happy Tuesday to you too. Thanks for stopping in. I tried to swim to the other side of Shaded Dunes map on the far left side and hit the invisible wall. It would have been cool to hide secrets in absurd places to motivate explorations. Okay. So like world, more exploration in weird spots, like some walls, caves, stuff like that. Yeah, and there's probably some work we have to do on like kind of the edge of zones. Essentially, like there's probably some spots where you can like slip under the ground and weird stuff, but you know, as we clean those up and, you know, maybe add some extra gameplay spaces, there's definitely opportunity to do things like that. Cleric feels nearly perfect now. A tone breaking up fights, and pacifism feels really good. Barriers and inhibit pain give them a competitive advantage on single targets, but delayed healing needs attention versus other healers. Consider giving a slight edge on mana efficiency for delayed big heals due to risk of death or overhead. So, Shaman and Druid players, when you see the next patch notes, don't send me like hate mail too badly. But the healing of the Druid and Shaman heals have been reduced pretty significantly. Now, one thing that I did maintain is their health per mana ratios. So they maintain a similar health, almost exact HPM ratio as they used to. It's just less healing, essentially. I felt that it was too trivial to just like kind of roll a hot and then get like kind of the similar return as like the impart line. Whereas the impart line, you have to, not only is it a delayed heal, but it's a large heal that happens all at once. So it's very easy to overheal. So I felt like the cleric one requires a little bit more finesse to use, you know, as opposed to just like hitting somebody with a hot, which is kind of trivial, right? So I'm hoping that there'll be higher reliance on the primary healing line. Sneers, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. And Burrito, SR210, thank you for the follows. So yeah, getting back to what I was saying, I'm hoping that the Druid and Shaman has to use the base heal line a little bit more to patch heal. And there will be other heal lines coming too, like Druid and Shaman specific and group heals and stuff like that. Possibly like quick heals and certain different things. So they'll have more to their kit. But yeah, I just felt that the current unique healer lines, especially the Shaman and Druid one, were just kind of fire and forget and too powerful for what they were. But I feel like the Cleric being this, I don't want to call it like the primary healer class, because like compared to EverQuest, you know, the Cleric and Druid and Shaman are much more in line with each other. But I still think it would be nice for the Cleric to have a little bit of an edge in ways. Obviously they have res. That's also a huge edge to them. But the utility kit that Shaman and Druid bring is so nice, and I feel like we're adding stuff onto it to make it even nicer compared to some of the older games. So, yeah. So don't get too discouraged. You know, this is all subject to change. It's all subject to be reverted. Hype Train. Oh, quick. Thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate that. Yeah, thanks again for all the subs and follows. Appreciate it, guys. So anyways, yeah, so don't get discouraged. I want to keep working on these classes, getting them into a good spot. If it feels too weak to be a Shaman or a Druid, if the utility that they bring isn't sufficient for the healing capabilities they have, or, you know, vice versa, like, I'm gonna keep updating and balancing them. I've gone through like 13 or 14 iterations of the heal balance. I have like every version that I've ever done recorded in a spreadsheet, and I can always go back to whatever, you know, version, you know, whenever I want to, if it feels appropriate. So anyways, that was my tangent on healers. Sorry about that. Jenny D says, reminds me of how Kabbalist or other pet classes worked in Daok. Certain pet versions were better tanks than others. Yeah, and that's in regards to the kind of earlier conversation about tank pets versus non-tank pets and whatnot. I got a haircut. It's been a while, but yeah. CJC14532, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it. Are we talking like a 5% nerf or like a 15% riot nerf? Definitely more of a riot nerf, I would say. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Profeta Prime, thanks for the follow. Bug to report as well, though it's probably been reported. At the character select screen, when you hit the campfire to go into free roam with your character there, you can't get back out of that. Have to force close M&M. Yeah, that's a good... It is known. Well, actually, no, you should be able to return to the menu with you got to explore the Plane of Meat. Plane of Meat has secrets already. It'll have more in the future, but you should be able to return. But yeah, you can't do it menu based. So menu based, return to character screen, select screen, plane of meat. Put that down. Mining nodes that don't produce ore on completion were pretty hard to swallow. Finding an on-camped node felt great. Only finding rocks on mining completion felt bad. What nodes didn't produce ore? They should all produce some ore. It's possible that maybe Rift made some new nodes, and you know what? It might be, if it's nodes from the quarry, that might be like a specific thing to that area. So I'm guessing it's either it's like some new nodes that were added, or it's like one of these areas like the quarry where there isn't as much ore, as there's kind of like special nodes for certain, you know, things in the area and whatnot, without giving too much away. But I will say possible nodes not giving ore, maybe specific to quarry or similar area. Yeah, I found a way to contribute. Yay. Yeah, appreciate it, Sneers. Thank you again. Yeah. Exactly, Candyman. You know what's up. Any plans for Shaman or Druid to get res? No. No plans. And I know that annoys a lot of people, and I'm sorry. But, hey, Druid animal res, you know, as mounts and pack animals become more prevalent, like, that's going to be a handy utility. And, you know, it's a kind of interesting spin. And then Shaman, I think you could do some cool stuff too, like with some kind of animal res, but maybe a different form of animal res, or maybe some other thing that they can do. You know, the Necromancer battle res, that's not existing in a way that I want it to be ultimately, but I think there's some cool ideas with like battle reses and, you know, other kinds of fun, flavorful reses that we can do. So I'll just put like reses, flavorful reses, thematic reses for other classes besides Cleric, Paladin. I'm sorry if my note taking is kind of stupid. Let me try to get to the next piece of feedback. John Anna says Cleric has more of a combat medic versus Druid Shaman being long-term out-of-combat heals. Well, like Shaman and Druid is there to kind of like sustain you with like healing ticks, right, on the hot. And then, you know, those heals also are just mana efficient to use. But yeah, I wouldn't say like, I mean, long-term out-of-combat heals, definitely with the regeneration line. But, you know, they're meant to be good healers in combat. So don't get like the idea that I'm trying to make Druid and Shaman bad at healing. I'm just trying to make their heal not make the game feel so trivial. Because it's felt, from what my understanding and what I've seen, is that it just is too trivializing based on the healing values that were in there. So I don't see this as much of a nerf as it is like just making sure the game is like fundamentally broken. So yeah, I still think they're gonna be quite powerful. But we'll have to see. You know, maybe I'm wrong, and pitchforks are raised, and you know, yeah, we'll have to see. I'll take you up on that, Nick. Next test, I will level a druid and give a feeling. Spent nearly 25 years healing in MMOs. Awesome. Yeah, let us know. Appreciate that. Does the 15% include our 10-minute cooldown? Oh shit, heal line. Yeah, so not that one got double nerfed actually because it was meant to be a lower healing amount already than it was. So I had to bring it down like twice essentially. Because it was already higher than it was supposed to be. So that was like unintended, but in effect, it is, yeah, a pretty big jump. But still, still a useful ability, I think. Like, just not going to be as omega powerful as it, you know, people saying it was. Yes, sir. Glad to be here. Yeah, man. I'm glad you're here too. And I did see that Spellblade stuff you sent me. I need to read up on that. It's been a busy few days over here. A lot of stuff going on with the project and just real life in general. You know, I've got, you know, people visiting and whatnot. We're going on a vacation, so yeah, it's gonna be. But that'll give me a lot of good reading time for sure. A little vacation. Let's see. Back to work. All right, Sneers. Sorry if this message is like several minutes old and you're already gone, but thanks for stopping in. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. There's a chance that when you mine, you don't receive ore. Happens on all, but it's an uncommon occurrence even with copper. Oh, okay. There should always be a guaranteed. That may have changed because I'm pretty sure I thought I had it as a guaranteed, but I'll have to double check on that one. So I think it's just happening on all nodes. Give Shaman a rebirth buff for the tank? Yeah, maybe. Maybe Shamans could delay death? Would be cool if you could voodoo someone's spirit and let them come back and fight for a set amount of time. Yeah, that's basically what the Necromancer one is supposed to do. But it's kind of annoying, right? Because, like, you have to loot your corpse and stuff. I think it would be cool if it, like, kind of auto-looted everything. And then, I don't know. We'll have to see. But I think it's not in a place that I like. Brago, thanks for the follow. Any ETN poison making for rogues? So there's the one recipe right now. That's kind of higher level obtained. But you know what? I was just doing some stuff with sharpening stones. Sharpening stones are now tiered, and stone is now tiered actually in general. So we just got sharpening stones actually working where you enhance your weapon as opposed to, surprise, little movie magic is the sharpening stone was just a buff that applied to you, like kind of like a clicky in a way, or a consumable. So now it actually attaches to your weapon and specific weapons only, bladed weapons. So now we have the kind of flexibility to do like stuff with poisons and whatnot. So I think it's reasonable to think that I could get some of that stuff in. More poisons, I should say. So I'll add that to the list. Making Cleric and Paladin the only true res classes just isolates the other healers out, TBH. Yeah, I mean, it's... The Cleric is meant to feel special, right? Like, in a way, like, it has good utility. It's not... I would say the utility of the Shaman and Druid are generally stronger, but when it comes to healing and buffing and, yeah, rezzing, of course, the Cleric is meant to stand out, and you know, they're meant to be desirable, because I feel that they aren't as desirable as those other classes. I mean, and you can give them stuff to make them desirable, but then I feel like it's a little bit of homogenization there. I feel that them being good at something that they're only good at is cool. Whereas, like, yeah, you could just make clerics and shamans and druids like all good in different ways, but then it's kind of starts feeling like WoW, right? And that's not a desirable outcome, at least in my mind. So it may seem a little backwards, but I mean, I feel like there's solid reasoning for that to be the case. But let me know. You know, maybe I'm full of it. Was able to play meaningfully for the first time this test, and was able to get a Bard to 11. Goal was 12. But I have to say, Bard feels in a really good place. Lots of utility, found the class very engaging. You get out what you put into it for sure. Disclaimer, I've only seen 2 shouts, but you may want to consider increasing the mana cost on the shout line, as right now there's no concern on ever running out of mana. Okay. Yeah, and that's something that can easily be tweaked, and I think I need to pull that line into my balance spreadsheet. Mana cost for shouts are too low, probably. I might have missed the answer. Was there a class y'all want / need more testing done on that you don't feel is getting enough playtime? No, I play what you want, man. Like, just play what you want. You know, willing to hear feedback on anything and everything. But just do what, you know, keeps you playing the game. Don't feel like it's necessary for you to, like, I gotta play this class and so I could give them feedback. Like, just have fun and play what you know you need to fill out for your friends group, or what you have fun with the most. You know, there's more than enough people and on all the different classes that there's good coverage. So yeah, never have to worry about anything like that. The other healers have so much buff and combat utility that the Cleric doesn't have, though. I wouldn't argue for Cleric to get Thorns and Haste either. Right, yeah, exactly. Should Bard's Ario de Lento have a visual on a player as it ticks? Currently does not. Also not in the song window. A couple random deaths to guards not knowing it was active. Good question. All right, that's good feedback. Well, that's kind of a, I guess, bug report that I put in the feedback section. Vacation, how dare you have a real life? Take my money and let me play my game. Thank you, Javastine. I'm hoping to have lots of fun too. Yeah, 100% not a guarantee to get an ore when mining. Gotcha. Archer's so fun even with limited kit. Would love to see some corpse recovery utility added to the kit, like short duration sneak, not rogue level, and or corpse shot. Shoot a corpse with a rope tied arrow, allowing you to pull the corpse to you. Interesting. So Archer, corpse and sneak. Ish. Yep, make a loot all button solely for the Necroes. I bet that will go off on Reddit. Yeah, no loot all is happening. Sorry, guys. Technically, it says poison making, not poisons making. Therefore, it is feature complete. That is right. Yeah. Poison making. Singular. All classes should have their own gimmick. Yeah. I mean, depending. But, you know, yeah. In general, it's nice that classes have the thing that they do. Any chance at a buff to Cleric anti-undead spells and attacks to help give them a solo vector? Are they too underpowered? I feel like the first one is pretty good, but I'd have to double check the other ones. Cleric, anti-undead, line, verify, balance. Gotcha. I want to clarify, I'm totally okay with Cleric and Paladin having the only res. I just enjoy doing the devil's advocate thing. Oh, hey, I appreciate it. Like, and I try to not, like, shoo you guys away and be like, no, we're not doing that. Like, I try to give, like, sound logic to the reasons that we do things. And, yeah, you know, sometimes it does seem a little backwards, but it's all, like, a lot of it is, you know, being thought about and stuff. So appreciate the feedback nonetheless. It's good because it makes us think about other stuff like, oh, if they don't get the regular reses, maybe, you know, we come up with something cool like the animal res or, you know, things like this, right? The battle res thing we were talking about. So even if we don't immediately act on that feedback in the way that's requested, it kind of gets us thinking about what we could do instead, and that oftentimes is more creative than just, you know, slapping the res on all the classes. So appreciate it again. Bard VFX is overwhelming. I found it to be actively unfun to be in groups with them. Yeah, agreed. So we just brought on a VFX artist, a talented VFX artist. So we'll be adjusting a lot of VFX coming soon. And I'm also talking with Robert about getting us some more casting sound effects. You'll see that the fire nukes now have their own unique spell effect sounds. And this will be extending to other lines as well. I've requested some frost sound effects. But yeah, in general, we need more sound effects. And I'm going to be taking more of an active role in kind of communicating our needs to Robert, and yeah, and when he has that information, he's quick to act. So we'll get a lot of that stuff coming in. So, you know, artistically, the abilities are going to be a lot cooler, from the VFX to the sounds. So do Paladins get a res eventually? The wiki doesn't indicate that they do. I know the public wiki is out of date, so I wasn't sure. Yeah, I mean, they should. Unless, like, for some reason their res spells weren't located on their ability merchant. But they should. Yes, at 44. You make these tweaks based solely on player feedback, or do you double check with backend stats as well? So again, I have a balance spreadsheet for most of the abilities. Some of the stuff I haven't pulled into the balance spreadsheet. And you'll see me maybe sometimes haphazardly do some balance tweaks. Like, I believe the Cleric nuke line I don't have pulled in there. So, like, I did some kind of, like, placeholdery changes to semi-balance them, but in general, I get all the relevant metrics in the spreadsheet. See, you know, DPS, HPM, you know, stuff like this, and then I tweak the balance based on a combination of what I'm seeing. Sometimes player feedback comes into play, but you know, it really helps to see the numbers and doing this balance work. So yeah, it's kind of my process for that. Are there plans for epic quests or quests for pinnacle / alternate spells? Yes. Plans for epic quests. You know, not necessarily weapons. Well, weapons, yes, but also potentially armor. Or, yes, definitely there's going to be like pinnacle spells, drop spells, research spells, many different sources, right? And some of them will be rare and sought after, and you know, think of your like torpors and Call of the Heroes and EverQuest, right? Definitely want to kind of evoke a similar feeling with that. Are there plans for epic quest? Oh yeah, I already answered that. Sorry, just answered that. Oh, that was the first time I did it this stream. Hey, how's it going, Zach? As long as you play what you want, find the flaws, and let us know what you think, I feel that is the best way to go to help out. Yeah, exactly. If you're having fun and you're playing the game, you're probably helping out more than if you're just like, I gotta play this class so I can help out, right? Yeah, just do what you enjoy. Question about Necro / Enchanter NPC mobs. Fear / mezzes lasting full duration on player characters. Is there supposed to be a chance it breaks early? Yeah, I would say so, but it's probably not high enough or existing at all. There's definitely probably meant to be a bit more of that than there is. Let me let's do a little crowd control thing. Maybe wears off earlier, more often. Sometimes might not do it at all. So yeah, I'll double check on that on the data side of things. But yeah, there may need to be a little bit of a tweak there. And yeah, in general, I'm also trying to keep an eye on the caster NPCs because they are pretty brutal. And you know, an area can maybe have too many caster NPCs, or the caster NPCs at a certain level range may just be super treacherous. But that is fun. That is cool to have like challenge and difficulty and stuff. So gonna definitely be careful. T-Brick, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so that's you know, give us feedback on it. Let us know if it's feeling too ridiculous in certain areas or certain zones or whatnot. But yeah. What's your take on AoA's approach to having some melee abilities use endurance rather than have a cooldown? Appropriate for M&M? I think in AoA it gives an immediate dynamic feel to some of the melee classes that might help some M&M classes that currently don't have a lot of buttons to press. I think it's a reasonable solution. I don't see anything wrong with it per se. It's kind of feels like, you know, more of like a resource kind of based class as opposed to like, hey, I don't use resources. That's my advantage, right? So I don't know how it's constricting certain things necessarily, like you know, in what ways things are being constricted with AoE spells, because I actually don't really have a good grasp on a lot of the abilities in AoE. There isn't too much, I think, public facing info on some of the abilities, so I haven't been able to kind of like just like get super deep into the like how things are working over there. I feel that cooldowns are reasonable. I wouldn't want it to feel like too modern MMO feeling, where it's like spending resources and procking resources, or, you know, like getting all crazy with that. But you know, it's not unreasonable to expect there be that kind of ability design either. So I don't know how I feel about it exactly. I think it's fine. I don't know that it's for us. It may be for us. Um, but it's not something that's immediately on my radar. But yeah, other than that, AOA, great, fantastic game. Really liking what they're doing with things. It's a lot of fun. I actually can't wait to play it again. But, you know, I enjoy Eminem and I enjoy other games. So, yeah, I just like that they're got some similar games out there, but they're all a little bit different, you know. They push and pull in different ways. So yeah, glad that AOA exists. That's for sure. My throat is getting a little bit Anyways, Cleric / Paladin HP buff needs an AC component added. Okay, we'll write it down. So I tried to make this like kind of a Druid specialty, but we may find that it's just like necessary to give other classes HP and AC buffs, but I want to try to hold on to that as long as possible. I want to see how the balance kind of shakes out after this next patch, but I was thinking about giving additional like HP buffs and stuff to Cleric and other classes. So this might be known info, but what is the shroud line for rangers? Like a stealth, or is it a camo / invis? It's an invis, actually. I believe it's the instant cast, self-instant cast invis. It does have a cooldown associated with it. So yeah, I think it's pretty nice. It's just one of the things that I wanted to give rangers. There's other things I wanted to give to them, and so Ranger, Elementalist, and Archer definitely, and Spellblade are some of the classes I want to be tweaking soon. Adding stuff to Inquisitor as well. So, yeah. Beastmaster, of course. We've got to figure out what direction we've talked about the tame animals, but you know, maybe there's some swarm pet action going on as well. That was always one of the ideas I had, is maybe they are a swarm pet class. Barnsworth, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. I'm a Druid, and AC is being looked at because not much value in later levels, so Druid kind of screwed on beneficial buff. Okay, so Druid AC buff doesn't scale well, I guess. Any plans for wizards? It would be nice if they got a melee range nuke like Kyrian Grandeur from Elden Ring. It'd be nice to have another thing to support being in melee rather than just Seal of Magic. Okay. Wizard. And Grandeur. Right. More reasons to be in melee other than Seal of Magic. Yeah, and there's more stuff I want to do with Wizard, but I have to think about it. Check out what you're talking about with this, and then yeah, I've thought about like this mechanic where you like actually use a wizard staff. But yeah, it's gonna definitely take a little bit of thought, and it's probably gonna take a little bit for them to get where I want them to be and see some of these ideas come into play. But yeah, I do think like the wizard staff is got to be more of a relevant thing to the class because it just feels so right. Like, remember, take. Why did you let Gandalf have his staff? You know, right? Like that kind of whole thing is it's cool to play on. So like their staff actually being like a powerful part of their arsenal, and change how the class is played. I think that's just a fun theme that we've seen in fantasy, like Lord of the Rings and whatnot. So, and you know, we aren't shy about talking about our Gandalf inspiration for the wizard. That's why they can use two-handed swords. That's why they can dual wield, stuff like that. But I think it'd be cool if you had to dual wield like staff plus sword or something. I think that'd be neat. So I guess kind of like a bard instrument in a way, but different. Like it's not amping your spells, but it's providing additional utility and things like that. And then it's like, yeah, maybe it's also an item chase, but yeah, just some thoughts. It's not really a concrete plan yet, but it's things I've been thinking about and we've talked about internally of what would be cool for wizard. Thoughts on name reservation? Good question. Name reservation. How should we do it? So I'll write that down. I think so. Like if we did name a reservation, like it should be limited, right? Like you shouldn't be able to make like 20 characters, right? You should maybe get like 1 or 2 per server max or something, or maybe even less. Maybe like 3 to 5 across all servers, assuming we had like a ton of servers for some reason, which we probably won't have a ton at EA launch. But hey, you never know. Maybe it pops off. But yeah, so that's something we'll talk about with the team. Name reservation. One big hang-up of mine is the UI. I know it's a work in progress, but I just want to emphasize how much love I think it could use, not only visually but functionally. Yeah, I mean, the UI is a work in progress. There's some like rewrites of certain things we want to do, like rewriting the chat box and providing more functionality for the chat box with like colors and whatnot. Filters could be cleaner. We talked about making the filters a lot easier to use, usability of them. There are certain things with like, to me, with like the sizing of the font and scaling, like you can obviously scale up the entire UI or specific windows, but I still feel like it's like you have to make a element too large so you can read it. Maybe I'm getting old and blind or something, but maybe I just need glasses. But essentially, I feel like there's a lot we can do with the UI, but you know, Encrypt is doing a damn good job with the UI. He's very hardworking with it. He's very quick with it and implementing a lot of changes and fixes. So we're improving the UI all the time. And we had some cool UI stuff in the pipeline right now. We're gonna allow you to collapse down the ability bar so you can hide the names and it's just like squares, and then you can also rotate it from vertical to horizontal. And there's more quality of life UI UX stuff that we're doing. Yeah, so Encrypt is doing good with that, and as a team we'll discuss more changes as well. So yeah, we're constantly looking to improve the UI. and we'll be doing so for some time. Let's see. Far20, Alganasis, and Tantalus. Thank you for the follows. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Getting dual wield for seal just seems off. Maybe some wizard-only proc weapons will make an appearance. Yeah, so, you know, like the wizard staff, I think, would be cool. Like, maybe it's not a proc weapon. Maybe it's a clicky. Maybe it's kind of like similar in functionality to like what you'd see with a wand in certain, you know, like WoW and beyond. Not the EverQuest style, which would be kind of what I originally mentioned, where it's a clicky, right? Maybe it's both. Maybe it's kind of like an EQ wand. Maybe it's kind of like a WoW wand in one, and maybe it provides some other utility or different focus effects and whatnot. Not sure. Just kind of throwing out ideas there with that wizard stuff. But I heard there were alpha keys here. When give? Yeah, I could give away an alpha key. Maybe I'll give away an alpha key at the end of the stream. We'll see. Let's see how far I get here. But here, let's just say other UI. Make it better, please. Res starts at 44. Yeah. Nick, did you see my sweet memes in the Paladin discussion Discord chat? No, I didn't. I'll have to check that out. Melee spells like Gavel of Haima would be cool for wizards. That's cool. Good idea, DJ Fitfingers. Okay, so something melee spells like Gavel of Haima would be cool. And yeah, that was actually an idea that I had way back. I was kind of on like, I don't know. I was like, I don't know, like looking at Path of Exile a lot, and I was just like thinking about like, or maybe it was like Diablo 4 or something. I think it might have been Diablo 4, and I was like, oh man, wouldn't it be cool if like all these classes had like different melee strikes and everything, and like their own flavor of it. And I think that would be cool, but within reason, right? And like, don't want to make it feel like too crazy and too overly complex. I don't want you to feel like you need a PhD to play the game, or you need to have some specific weapon to play the game. It'd be cool for wizards, because the staff plays into the wizard fantasy and the Gandalf fantasy quite a bit, right? So I think that would be neat. But like, you know, I was thinking about, oh, what if necromancers had something for their scythe, and you know, what if all these classes? And maybe it makes sense for wizard and necro. Who knows? Yeah. Again, don't want to make things too overcomplicated, but it would be cool to have some of those like melee strikes for casters that allows them to, you know, because we have the I added the holy strike for clerics, so that's something, right? You know, it could still use some work. And maybe have some more properties to it, but yeah, it's something we could do. So just maybe in general, we can put melee strikes for all. Is EA going to be 1 to 60, or is 1 to 50 until 1.0? It's 1 to 60. Gotta go do a couple things. Just wanted to say, Nyek! What's up, Viro? Good to see you. Are you intending for Torpor to come back? LOL. Kidding, I don't miss the spell dominating my spell list. You never know, like, I could see us, being inspired by, certain abilities like that, especially like a really powerful ability that has like a drawback to it, and it's like rare, but it's really powerful, and like I like abilities like that, so I could definitely see something similar to it popping up. But you know, and there are like a couple of abilities that I have added to the merchants that I think I'm gonna yoink later and make it like dropped or research and stuff. But in this alpha for early access stage, I'm just kind of throwing things out there. But in the future, you never know. Like, better buy your abilities ASAP when EA starts, because you never know what's gonna get plucked off the vendor and forced to be acquired in a different way down the line. So you guys got the leg up by being here and knowing that. Are there any plans to slow the XP rate down after the test and or EA, hell levels, etc.? So there may be like a slowing of XP by like certain nerfs that happen to like pets or like players or itemization, stuff like that. But I honestly think XP is in a good spot. It just might be a case of like respawns are too fast and mobs are too easy. And that can change without having to change the actual experience amount. I think the experience amounts are probably fine, but group experience and then just balance and balance of design data is gonna come into the equation there. Let's see. So let me. Wow, am I like really far behind on chat? Chaz Solo, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Trexid, also thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, guys. Sorry, I was just trying to find my place here. Will we see a Bard haste line that's not just Cone Fuego that stacks with other haste or at level 55 for multiple aggro? Just wondering if that will be filled at some point on the songs list. Appreciate your hard work. Yeah. So they're going to have primary haste and secondary haste. When you are looking at balancing healing, are you evaluating total HPS versus mana spent? Like over the course of 2 minutes, arbitrary time frame. How close are the healers going to be to one another? I'm evaluating HPS for sure. The main thing that I was doing with the HPS is like for the unique healer lines. The Cleric one is obviously the highest HPS, right? You cast it over 4 seconds, and then your effective heal is, it happens 6 seconds later, so it's like 10 seconds, right? Whereas the Shaman one, the HPS is lower because it takes place over 24 seconds. 24 plus the cast time, which is 1.5. So yeah. So that played into some stuff, right? Like, that's kind of how I was making the Cleric better, even though I really wasn't, because when the healing value went up with that, it just made it so easy to use and just so nice, and just keeps your HP bar nice and healthy, right? So that wasn't super effective, but yeah, I mean, HPS is one of the metrics that I am looking at for sure. We'll continue looking at it, but it's hard for me to give you like good examples right now, but it is one of the things that I can utilize to balance things out. Any thoughts on letting innates like slam or taunt being put on the hotbar rather than taking up slots, or is that intended? I think some things maybe off the ability bar. Like, I don't know if it's necessarily like in all the innates or even some of the innates necessarily. I think that I think it's interesting. Oh, hey, Lorraine, thank you for the coffee donation. Appreciate that very much. Um, so I guess what I'm saying is, I think that it's cool that you have to fight for different slots, even as a melee class, because it's not much of a limited action kind of system if melee classes can just circumvent it, right? And I think that already Rogue is maybe one of the pure physical classes that has some kind of like different trade-offs that they can pull off there. But on the other hand, it does kind of feel weird not having certain core abilities on your bar, like shooting at a bow, right? So I think like certain things like that should definitely. So let's say innates, certain ones like shoot should definitely be a skill or not on the ability bar. Yeah, so that's something I can get behind, and then possibly other innates as well. Dang, missed the live notification. Oh, sorry, Kravel. Welcome, though. Innates being on the hotbar would be very nice. That's one thing I noticed in the test is that the hotbar seemed kind of useless. Yeah, it's kind of in a weird spot, right? Like, it always felt weird to me in EQ. Like, okay, I gotta drag, like, all right, I gotta scribe my spell, I gotta memorize my spell. Then I have to drag it to my hotbar. Like, maybe that's just natural for a lot of you. And it is natural for me too. Like, I did that, and then eventually I just started rebinding my ability gems and EQ and making the other ones, the hotbar, like different set of hotkeys, and so I definitely do get the sentiment. It is kind of like a weird thing, and then maybe it's we get to a situation where we're more hotbar centric as a default, and like abilities are more easily transferable over there without having to like painstakingly drag and drop. So yeah, let's put down hotbar versus ability bar debate. It's good. It's a good one to call out. Thanks, Gravel. Have you worked on tracking yet? Zilith is working on tracking as we speak. Anything cool to talk about with Beastmaster and shapeshifting? Yeah, let's just put something down. Let's make a note for them. Beastmaster shapeshifting would be cool. Nothing to talk about yet, but again, once I get into lab, I that's kind of when I get creative. I'm like, okay, let's make some cool stuff. And I think that will probably be where it kind of comes out. I think there can be some cool shapeshifting potential, though, with Beastmaster. Absolutely. A big flare arrow for Archer to create some light and distance. Yeah, that's one of the things that I've wanted to get in for Archer for a long time is they do have illuminating shot where you can illuminate a target, which is kind of cool, but having a flare would be badass. It'd be also really cool to have fireworks. I want fireworks. Did you see those AOA fireworks, man? Those were sick. Fireworks. Content feedback. There seemed to be very little in the way of elemental mobs to use anti-elemental spells on at low levels, outside the couple of unitemized water elementals on the river. Would be nice if there was some content to make those spells useful on. Yeah, that's actually been one of the content goals of mine, has been like, I'm like the guy who just reminds us like, hey, we got elementals. Can we get elementals in? So yeah, it's definitely something we want to add more of, and there's more coming in. But it's a good reminder, so I will do some content, more elementals. Sounds like wizards want to be spellblades. Yeah. That is kind of the funny part, right? And that's why I was thinking about making it so wizard is like forced to dual wield staff plus sword. Is spellblades is, like we made it, we wanted to kind of get that Gandalf fantasy, but then we also wanted spellblades. So yeah, it's a little bit of like a identity crisis there. But I think there's potential to make it so that they feel distinct. But yeah, it's a good point. I'd like if Seal of Magic went to Spellblade personally. Okay. Yeah, I mean that is potential. There's potential with that for sure. Spellblade. Oh wait, hold on. I have a Spellblade section, don't I? Yeah. Maybe they get Seal of Magic instead, or I don't know, both too. But yeah, no, I think it'd be nice if it was just one or the other. But I'll note it. Maybe let the wizard imbue their staff with a spell, so it will proc spells. Oh, that's an idea. I like that. Imbue staff with spells, so it procs certain spells. Well, I mean, it's kind of like the spell blade, right? But I don't know. Or maybe something slightly different. Pet's too good at syncing is solely a level difference formula. Don't know how specific you want me to be, but I'm sure you know. Yeah, we've already talked about it. I think it's on the list already. Thank you, though. Appreciate it, Viro. Focus items for Ellie and Wizard, even at lower levels, could feel really rewarding. Yeah. Focus item. So, I actually prototyped out like a focus item. But I think there's, obviously we need them. We need more of them. Wiz, other classes just need focus items. Passive on staff amp spells, increase durations, even change certain spells slightly. Yeah, that's interesting. It's better than like a proc, right? Like just like a normal proc kind of thing. For Bard, can you make the instrument ranged? And will Bard Traveler March be strongest Bard, Silos, and EQ? Make the instrument ranged. Like a ranged item? The bar speed is meant to be pretty fast. Yeah. I don't know how it would compare to Silos necessarily, but it is meant to be pretty dang fast. Faster than Sao. Nick! What's up, Goblin? I think I saw this message like 10 minutes ago when I was like scrolling. So hope you're still there. But hey, Goblin. I'm used to watching you all the time. But not used to you being in here. I'm sure you guys have seen this feedback. But in the last test, there was a problem with the chat box cutting off the last line of text. No matter how much you scroll, it would never go all the way down to the bottom. Trust me. I think I found this before we've even patched it to like people outside of us. So yeah, something is up with the chat box. It might require some kind of rewrite or something. But yeah, the chat box needs to be rewritten essentially. So I think that may linger for a bit longer until we do that. I'm not sure we can exactly fix that specific thing without breaking other stuff, but chat box woes. There's also the jumbly text bug. I'm not sure if that was addressed yet. Gabi, make Goblin Bard possible, please. You're gonna get him in trouble. Afternoon, Nick. Hello, chat. Everyone doing good? Hey, Nicodemus. Good to see you, bud. Oh, thanks, Goblin. Much love, buddy. Horizontal spellbar. Yes, please. Damn, I'm responding to like things I said like 10, 15 minutes ago that you're saying. Like, I feel bad. I gotta be faster. I'm too, like, wordy. Perma vertical ability bar is very dated and annoying on my screen. I shrink it with the slider and hide it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, people have been asking for that one for a while. Not only in the community, but on the team and whatnot. So it's good to see that you guys are getting it. Would love to see Druids get some kind of AoE AC buff. Example, Bark AoE buff on group has 3 stacks that give AC per stack. If the player gets hit, they heal and lose a stack of Bark. Give it a duration, etc. Would be more in line with Shaman. Heal doesn't need to be insane good. Just Shaman heal needs nerfed anyways. Yeah. And it did get nerfed. But here, I'm gonna, that's a lot of words, so we'll just copy paste that in there. Oh, and then you said Cleric could. Yeah. So we'll just copy that, what you said there. I like, in general, I do. I like the idea. It seems cool. As far as like group buffs in general, like for quality of life purposes, for like just the base buffs, something that I've been thinking about, and I think maybe I mentioned it last time, is I want those types of abilities to be researched or spellcrafted, essentially. So like, yeah, okay, cool. You can have like the convenient group version of it, but there's some kind of extra step to getting it, whether it be research or quest or whatever. Probably just research, because we need some good ammunition for researched abilities. So I thought that it might make sense for those to fall in that category. Because it's something that's not necessary per se, but it is a nice quality of life thing. So forcing you to get that is kind of cool, or kind of makes sense in my brain at least. Could we see more improvements to the knights / hybrid tank classes to bring their damage output of their kits to be on par with how much damage fighters do? So fighters are meant to do more damage than knights. But I don't think that it's unreasonable to get their damage in a better spot. So I'm going to say verify they're doing verify hybrid tanks are doing enough damage. Is Wizard going to get more defensive stuff if they have to be in melee? Oh, yeah, definitely. Yes, I have an idea for a Wizard defensive that I really want to do. Melee Wizard? You mean Spellblade? Yep. Hey, Nick. Hey, chat. Hope everyone is well. Hey, Florane. Thanks again for that donation on coffee. Oh, and speaking of, Aeolus Avaris. Thank you for the coffee donation. Sorry if I pronounced that name wrong. My throat or my voice is kind of going a little bit. Let's see. Fatalist Fall. If shamans are going to be using more direct heals with their hots, I feel our time spent consuming is going to be less since we'll be using casted heals. Will there be a change to consume to maybe increase the mana conversion to compensate? Also, consume damages the shaman if they. Yeah, I know about the damage shield thing. I'll note that though. Where is? Oh, I don't have shaman listed here. Shaman. Consider stronger consume to compensate for more direct healing. And you were also saying about consume damage shield damage. So maybe there's with the whole more direct healing thing, maybe there's something to play into there with like conditionals. So maybe like if you cast the heal, like maybe if you cast a direct heal with on the hotted target, maybe there's some kind of benefit there, or maybe there's some kind of benefit to your consume. Maybe it reduces the cast time or increases the mana return, or basically conditionals are a fun way to play into like stuff like that. So that's why I noted that, because that was what I was kind of thinking in my own head. Love a battle cleric while still being a healer. Maybe group buffs triggering when in melee, swinging that beautiful hammer. Inquisitor from EQ2, kinda. Yeah, I'll note that down. That's a cool idea. So I didn't want to make Cash Ghost. Thank you for the follow. Todd, thank you for the follow. Rixie, thank you for the follow. I think I got everybody. Anyways, yeah, so I was playing around with making the cleric a little bit more battle cleric-y, but I also didn't want to make it feel like they were super, like if you don't play this way, like, the class is basically much worse off. I want to find the fine line between, you know, a slight benefit and, like, game-breakingly, you know, changing the class. Because the fact of the matter is, a lot of people that play this game are going to be kind of just sitting and meditating and healing, right? They want a chill experience. So it's just finding that balance of like, hey, this is like a cool opportunity for me to like stand up and do some combat for some kind of benefit, but not make it like an all the time thing. I don't know how to think about it exactly. But there needs to be a balance between like, this is something I can, kind of play while I'm watching TV versus like, I gotta be locked in and doing all this crazy stuff, right? So yeah, that's been the challenge for me with some of these like class mechanics and different abilities and whatnot. So yeah, battle cleric, but balanced I guess. I don't know. Hey, been following the game for 2 years now. First time catching you live on Twitch. It's Kekwet on Discord. Hey, Fought20. Thank you. Thank you again for tuning in. Appreciate it. Bear Shaman and AOC had a heal that only triggered when they meleeed. It was cool. Yeah, we got some of that. But maybe I'm misunderstanding. Like a proc heal that hit their group or something, I guess. Let me write something down. AOC Bear Shaman heal. Melee is? Put that. Are there plans to make Charm riskier? The age-old debate on OP Charm seems to boil down to a risk versus ward argument. There seems to be very little risk to it currently. Yeah, so Charm feels a little like the success rate and like how long you hold a charm target is like astronomically like easier than it used to be for some reason. I think the issue was it was just like too unforgiving, useless almost. And then we went from one patch of it being like that to another patch of it being okay, now this is just I'm just full duration charm every time essentially without having to debuff their resist or anything. So charm bring risk versus reward back. And that's very much the intent, is to have like it be a risky endeavor. But right now it is not quite the level it used to be. Aaron Gun, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so yeah, charm is just it's too good right now. Let's see. Cash Ghost, thank you for the prime. And Eric the Rod, thank you for the prime. Welcome, welcome. Appreciate it. Did it fire off twice? Because I thought I just saw Eric the Rod. But thanks again for the primes, guys. Appreciate it. Let me try to find where I'm at. Man, I think I'm really behind on chat. I go so slow at this. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. Oh, let me. I should probably mute this. I don't know if I just showed any. I don't know if I just leaked any information there, but I should probably have turned off my Slack notifications, huh? Whoops. Yukator, thank you for the follow. Not necessarily like a Spellblade. I think it would be rad if they used their weapons as specific casting implements. More like 5th edition cantrips. Quick to use, easy spells that do modest damage and cost little to no mana and change based on a weapon type. Yeah, that'd be another one. So that's for wizards, right? Cantrips? 5th edition cantrips. Little to no mana cost and based on weapon type. Get higher level, charms break all the time for me, and they start to hit harder compared to your HP. Yeah, so I was only around, on the playtest, I was level 30. And low to mid levels, maybe. But yeah, we're looking at the scaling of like resists and success rates on certain abilities and whatnot. We've kind of noticed that being a little bit too difficult, maybe as you level up higher. It's a lot of the feedback we've been seeing. So yeah. Been playing Quarm a lot lately. I love the feature of adding targeting ring circle under selected targets. Helps a lot as an enchanter. Floating combat text as a toggle would be hugely welcome. Zeal add-on manages this well in Quarm. Yeah, so all that stuff is subject to discussion, but like I don't know that we're going to do a ton of it. I know there was a comment about chat bubbles as well below. Again, so we talked about this last time. It's like we're trying to create like a certain visual kind of experience for the game. And it's not that we think those features are like bad or like too modern or anything. It's just like we want the game world and the characters on the screen to appear in a certain way. And we don't want like things cluttering that necessarily. But that being said, we've had to have conversations lately about some of the stuff like floating combat text and not targeting circles that I know of, but and you know, maybe it becomes a thing where it's like kind of like a chat element instead. But again, these are just conversations we're having. We're nothing concrete. So yeah, I don't know. It's potential in the future for something, but again, it's not a priority for us at the moment. There's a lot of other pressing matters, I would say. Hey, Nick in chat. What's up, Chaz? Nick, can I get your thoughts on the idea you have for Spellblades and Rangers and where you'd like to see them end up endgame? Spellblade doesn't seem to have much of a wizard kit, besides a flame nuke. And Ranger, with its protection buffs and lack of DPS, seems to be heading in EQ direction, which is scary, IMO, given the rep of EQ Rangers, and where they eventually landed Classic Develius. Will there be much added to these two classes? Yeah, there's going to definitely be stuff added to the classes. I think bringing a secondary slow is going to be important, so you're going to want to have a Spellblade or a Rogue. Maybe there's another class that gets a secondary slow, I'm not sure. But I think being able to stack that with the primary slow is going to be useful. Mr. Cook Jr., thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. I think I said Yukador. Thanks for the follow. What's it called? And then Rangers. Yeah, no. Rangers are meant to be a really nice class. Like, I would say don't worry about them. They're going to get some cool things. And they're going to get some power. So, yeah. Don't worry about them being like too junky, because definitely wanting to improve them a lot and give them more utility and more cool thematic stuff. Cockerotting, thank you for the follow. Even without that, they are better than normal pets or DPS classes with seemingly little risk. Up to 20, I didn't see Enchanter come close to dying to pets. Smithed armor. Sorry if this was brought up. Curious on your thoughts. Making early armor set like full copper felt like a great and meaningful accomplishment. Love that AC was meaningful. Only issue was that it weighed too much. A lot of us ended up making chain or leather armor for several slots just to open up room for carrying capacity. Even then it was a balance. Didn't feel great banking freshly made gear due to weight limits. Yeah, so we're actually next patch we're I think reducing some of the weights on things, but we're definitely increasing the carrying capacity, and how much is provided by like strength and whatnot. So look for those changes coming soon, and let us know how it feels after that. And I believe we're adjusting some of the coin weight as well, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, let us know how it feels after, if we still need to make some tweaks or what have you. Gunnerwolf, subscribe for 3 months at tier 1. Hey, thank you, Gunnerwolf. Welcome, welcome. So then a whiz with a 1 or 2 handed blade gets Canto, that is melee strike. Someone with a staff gets a ranged attack. Dual wield staff blade gets both. Yeah, that'd be cool. Asian Candy Thought subscribed with Prime. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day. I've already mentioned it, but for Bard, 1 light source song, 2 a song that would could allow outside only spell ability to be cast inside. Random idea. Yeah, I had the other day. Interesting. Hey, Justin Beard, how's it going? Rogue definitely has to make choices. Man, I feel I'm so behind on chat. I'm like scared to scroll down. Oh my god. Oh, not that bad. I don't think. Alright, let's see. Hey Nick, any changes planned for Beastmaster, like more haste / procs, or unique abilities based on pet type, similar to Elementalist? Seems that through levels, they mainly just have pet 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. Yeah, so Beastmaster isn't really that fleshed out yet. They have ability lines, they have pets, they have heals, right? Like, they have some baseline stuff, but there's still so much more to flesh out with them. Having played a rogue to 20, I think putting shoot and jab on an ability bar would be nice. Will definitely feel restrictive once more abilities come online. Yeah, I think especially shoot, it's definitely worth considering that. Oh yeah, I got a monk just to 10 last test and was shocked by how many abilities I had to juggle. That's not even including non-class skills or skills that take no space, like the various stances. It was awesome. Oh, that's good to hear, Hip indeed. I think that making the skill bar horizontal will fix the issue with hotbar. Still not sure what the purpose hotbar serves though. Yeah, I think it would be better if the hotbar had a more defined and important role. So maybe we kind of de-emphasize the ability bar a little bit and, you know, like make the hotbar kind of like the centerpiece like other games do. I don't know. I completely rebound my ability gems. The only thing on my hotbar was survival, skill crafting, and placing a campfire. I saw no reason to ever put a spell on there. Right. Makes sense. The hotbar feels strange because of the ability bar mechanic. WoW fixed this. A bar is a bar is a bar. You can put potions on a bar, you can put macros on a bar, you can put spells on a bar, and you can key bind any item, macro, and spell that you want. M&M system feels like a big step backwards in this regard, and that's coming from someone that played a lot of EQ. Yeah, no, I agree. I totally agree. I think we just gotta be smart, because like we have a limited action set, but how do we, you know? I mean, I think it makes plenty of sense. We can find a fix for that, I would say. So, I agree. Either way, I have like a 3-page wizard document in a Google Doc draft. I'll put it up in feedback thread. Thank you, DJ Footfingers. Appreciate that. Thank you for the time and consideration putting into that. Will druids get tracking? Yeah, I think it would be reasonable for the druids to get like a little bit lesser tracking. But I don't know. I think it'd be cool for rangers to have some perks to their tracking that don't exist on druids. Like I had some ideas for like tracking down group members more easily and stuff. That's like a ranger feature. But we'll see. That way it's not just like, hey, you get tracked, but it's less, or there's like actually something that you don't get by not being a ranger. I think that'd be cool. Megabytes, thank you for the follow. Speaking of Beastlord, or Beastmaster, any ideas on what they'll be getting since Aura was moved to Rangers? I don't know that they'll necessarily get like a group Aura. Medium, Evam, thank you for the follow. What's it called? But they'll just get cool stuff for their class and utility and their pets and whatnot. But I don't know that they're gonna be like this group augment thing, because I feel like they're already trending towards being just like a powerful class standalone that you don't necessarily need to bring them for an aura, essentially. Archer Caltrops would be very cool. Agreed. It's definitely something that we're considering putting in. Archer target marks too. Yeah. So. Use the sliding scale feature, shrunk the ability bar down so small so you can hit it in the corner. Yeah. Jump in, thanks for the follow. I think the problem is that devs want limited abilities to the player, like EQ with spells. Yeah. I think there's maybe a way that we can make it so that, you know, the ability and hotbar feel good to use, but there's still, you know, the limited action set. I don't think, you know, it's an impossible task. SA Metalhead, thank you for the follow. Random Elementalist suggestion. Lean away from magic damage type. Maybe air-based spells could be lightning and earth-based. And could be corruption or something. Fire, frost, lightning, corruption, damage options, but leave the pure arcane magic damage stuff to Wizard, Spellblade, and Enchanter, Inquisitor. Yeah, that's been kind of the idea. Is that they will literally have the elemental magics. So yeah. I'll note it down, but magic abilities, make them elemental abilities. Wizard oil. There you go. 2 words. Need not say any more. What was it? Trade skills? Wizard oil. Boom. Done. Druid. There does not seem to be much an advantage to camo versus greater invis. Is it just usable indoors? Seems to break just as randomly and does not seem to work against other creatures. Stuff like the Cinder Sentinel can see both and even invis versus beast, which is disappointing. Ham measures and stuff. Yeah. There's not. Yeah, so invisibility tiering is something that we're talking about and probably going to look at pretty soon. I have it on my list. It's to make the tiers of invisibility a lot more distinct and a lot more of a progression so that you gain power over time. That being said, invisibility is why corpse runs are doable. Like, in a lot of ways. Like, I mean, obviously there's other ways to go about getting your corpse, but invisibility makes corpse runs tolerable for many of us, right? So as long as we're not breaking the game to the part where, like, I can't get my corpse now because, like, invis is so trashy, and, like, it should be risky for sure. And maybe if you fail once, you should be able to be successful the second time, but yeah, I think there's definitely some things that we can do with invis to make it feel more meaningful as you progress. I think wizards having procs start to infringe on spellblades, even perception. More passive buffs on weapons for wizards, personally. Yeah, I think some other suggestions were made that were more in line with what I'm thinking in that, too. Purifying Blow for Inquisitor, giving back HP or mana for buffs removed would be really cool. That's a cool idea. My thought was wizards get click to use discrete effects you rather than Spellblade like procs. More of a deliberate use effect. Yeah. Just out of curiosity, when you start thinking about implementing new classes, how hard is it to get set up / implement with the team? Oh, it's pretty simple. Back in the day, like, it used to all live in like some, like, our old database and tool, and I would just be able to, like, click something and the class would be added. It's probably more of, you know, adding a bunch of, like, data in a bunch of different places in code now. So it's a little bit more complicated. I don't think I haven't tried to add a class in many years. Because we've just had our classes. But I've been talking about maybe getting a separate branch of the game that's, like, more experimental, and I can have my secret classes on them that I start designing in secret. But yeah, it's pretty trivial for us to get a class set up, and then it's all data driven, right? Like, it's pretty trivial to add abilities to it once it's implemented. And it's pretty trivial to implement as well. So the hard part is getting enough stuff on a class that makes it feel good and it's all balanced and it has cool sound effects and cool VFX and everything, and all is balanced and comes together in a nice way. So but actually getting a class in, giving it abilities is very trivial. Thoughts on spell component / spell component pouches that boost spells or could modify them? Casting a fireball with limestone could make a larger detonation, for example. That's a cool idea. Let me note this down here. I think it's cool. I think I really like the whole like, because we have the visible pouches and stuff, and like we could have like class reagent bags and stuff that I've wanted to get in. I think taking that further and making like class reagent bags that are also like focus bags, I think that would be really cool. So yeah, I think, and then casting a fireball with limestone, I think that's interesting. I'd have to think on that one to like not make it too degenerate, right? Because like, imagine if suddenly everyone had to make arrows, to play their class, then like we'd have an uprising. But secretly, we just want archers and rangers to feel bad, right? No, I'm kidding. But archers and rangers do feel kind of bad because they have to constantly make arrows. So if you had to like constantly get tons of stuff for your class just to cast a single spell, like it, but maybe it's not consumed all the time, right? So I don't know. It's a cool concept and idea nonetheless. So it's something good to think about. And I really like the whole component pouch that boosts spells. Like that to me seems like the cool idea. Wizard feels super cool right now. Resist chance feels high IMO, though like 3 resist in a row on Dark Blue Mob is not uncommon in my experience. I've been down ranking because it's less punishing to get resisted on cheaper spells, and just weaving those in between melees and sit ticks feels much better than waiting to nuke, get resisted, then the mob dies without me doing much. Yeah, it makes sense. There's a UI bug when trying to trade coins with people. Sometimes it doesn't show or update in the trade window. Hard to tell if it's lag versus just a UI issue. Okay. Would it be possible to add target marking in-game? Doesn't have to be for everyone. Could be a ranger, rogue, bard ability. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable ask, like depending on what it looks like and stuff like that. But again, we wouldn't want to do like WoW like raid target icon thing. Like we don't want like artificial UI things like floating over people like that. But if it was like an ability that like made sense and looked cool, then I would say it's a possibility. Why use lots of words when few words do good? Yeah, I could. I don't know. I like to be thorough with my answers, so I don't seem like I'm just kind of blowing things off. Because I really do like try to think really hard about a lot of this stuff, and I don't like discrediting anyone's thoughts or opinions or feedback. I want to give everyone's ideas and opinions the time of day, and not just being stubborn or anything like that. I think right now my big wizard complaint is just that the same elementalist nukes as their baseline means you have to melee to use Seal of Magic to get higher MP efficiency than elementalist. Makes sense. So okay, I'll make a note for that. For healer types, I always like the spread heal similar to Daok, where it spreads to heal across members in a group based on who needs it most. Could be cleric specific. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Let me make a note for that. I definitely like having the standard spells being almost all purchasable, but their group or slightly better, more efficient versions being researched, dropped, or quested. Yeah. If a wizard is soloing and can't melee, their MP efficiency is the same as Elementalist. Right. Well, if they're, I guess, in the same tier. But also, like, yeah, their mana efficiency is the same, but they also get executes and arcane infusion. So, I mean, there is that. Technically, right? Like, if they both have the same nuke at the level they're at, then essentially, yeah, that is the same efficiency. Skipping some stuff about the UI and chat tabs, and just so I can try to catch up a little bit. Will you do some grouping test streams? I have players ask me this a lot. Yeah, I'd like to do some of that. That'd be fun. So I'm just so focused on creating stuff for the game that I find it hard to stream. Like, the reason I don't do a lot of streams is because I'm very busy. And I enjoy streaming, but, like, let's be honest, like, would you rather me answer some questions and, like, talk with you guys all the time, or would you rather me be working on the game almost all the time, right? I think if I do streams, like, a little bit few and far between and just, like, heavily focus on development, that's gonna be good for everybody, right? So I really like doing streams. It's just I can't justify doing them, like, a whole ton. But I do appreciate being able to talk with the community and get feedback from you guys directly and get bug reports and whatnot. And it is fun to chat. So, but yeah, I'm really focused on making the game the best it can be, and that requires a lot of, like, time where I'm just like, I gotta go heads down and just grind out this, and that. Um, so, and it's a lot of communicating with the team. It's a lot of, like, communicating things that need to be done, and so yeah, sometimes it's just better for me to, like, immerse in myself in that and not do so many streams. But I'm enjoying the streaming, so I think I'm gonna keep doing it, but we'll see what the cadence is. We'll get to a good spot. Thoughts on adding random gen loot like in Diablo? It's not really the kind of thing for this type of game. That doesn't mean there won't be any at all. Like, maybe there is some kind of world drop situation, but not nearly as prevalent as it is in, like, WoW or other games, and it be selective of what we do with it. Um, so yeah, that's kind of my take on it. Oh, randomly generated loot though. Like, I thought you were talking about random world drops for some reason. Randomly generated loot, probably not, unless we had some kind of special mechanic or special thing. Because we've talked about, like, artifacts, but I think it'd be cool if those were handcrafted and stuff. Um, Artifacts being like a unique server-wide unique, essentially, item that changes hands often. It's a system we've talked about. But Yeah. But yeah, no randomly generated stuff. We want a handcrafted feel for the game. Oh, by the way, Todd, thank you for the Prime. And Melkovon, thank you for the follow. Have you considered some kind of rampage / cleave effect to be more common, even at lower levels, to make the healing game a little bit more interesting? Almost like a riposte, parry, dodge type of random proc effect. Would also add more value to armor types on melee classes if they are getting hit semi-randomly at times. So are you talking about like AoE? Like cleaves? Like hitting multiple targets so that, you know, potentially there's mobs that are loose and like hitting other people in your group? I think I'm very hesitant to provide any kind of like free AoE. So yeah, I'm just hesitant about AoE. I'm trying to add it sparingly. So that's my main concern with it. But I'll make a note about it. We'll say like fighter leaves / rampage. Robert Helsinki, thank you for the follow, buddy. Good to see you in the stream. Just talking about you earlier. Johnny Utah 81, thank you for the follow. And Johnny Utah 81, thank you for the sub with Prime. Appreciate that greatly. Are clerics possibly going to lean more into the damage mitigation barrier side of things to set them apart from the other healers? Malsirian, thank you for the Prime. So, I don't know if I want them to be barrier healers per se. Maybe that's something for a future healing class more so. Right now their barrier is kind of it's mana inefficient. It's kind of more of like a I really need this right now, or you know, like a charm break, or a you know, I need to buffer this damage for some reason, but it's not meant to be like very great. So it might be possible that future healing classes play more into that, or maybe existing ones, maybe Druid or Shaman find themselves being a class that utilizes barriers more. I think that was one of my ideas for Druid originally, like way back when, was like kind of tying like their damage shield and barriers together, but I never really fleshed that out, or that idea kind of fell off. I forgot about it. So maybe that's a thing, or maybe it's a future class that is good with barriers. You know, like the priest from WoW comes to mind as a class that really utilizes those barriers and whatnot. So definitely some inspiration to be taken there. But yeah. Is there a distinct interest in preventing bars from doing AoE damage so they can't swarm kite like in EQ? Yes and no. So they can definitely swarm, but they're not able to get like EQ levels of like 25 plus, 25 or 25 plus mobs. Like, so what? P99 capped it at 25, but then like old school EverQuest, it was like infinite, right? Or I don't know. I wouldn't say infinite, but you know what I mean. Because there's a theoretical limit, but you could hit as much as you could pull, unless you got over. I don't know. Maybe like I'm trying to remember if like on live a certain amount of mobs would just not work anymore. There's like some kind of theoretical cap, but I guess my philosophy is I don't want them to be as monopolizing as they were in EQ. But some swarming, if it's like, I don't know, 4 to 8 mobs, seems kind of reasonable. Even though it's still like ridiculous compared to every other class in the game, right? So yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of torn on that level of swarming. I think I'd probably rather see it not be possible, but then maybe that is too much gutting of the bard class, and it's doesn't feel good. So I think where they are right now is reasonable compared to where they were in classic EQ and whatnot. But I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Megabytes, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Hey Nick, not a balance/feedback question here. At the end of your last stream regarding alpha access keys, you mentioned send me a compelling argument on Discord, and I did just that. I hope you can get to my DM sometime, from Tane. I do realize you have over 12k on-read messages, so maybe someday. Thank you for the amazing game that Eminem is. I don't actually have 12k DMs, but I do have a lot of DMs. A lot of them have gone unanswered, and I apologize. It's I usually get to all my DMs eventually, so if I haven't gotten to you, I apologize. I will go through the DMs and eventually message you, most likely. Right now, I'm not looking to add a ton of people to the closed alpha because we're at a good peak CCU that I feel comfortable with. Like, I think I saw 150 on just the other day. The target for alpha was only like 100 CCU max. But I feel like, at this stage we've gotten a lot more. So some people may have to wait for the beta to start, which is probably end of September, I think. I think that's the furthest we can go without missing our target. So apologies if you don't get into the alpha. But yeah, the beta, I expect a lot of you to get in, like especially people that are reaching out and with nice messages and everything. So yeah. That being said, I may still have to give, it doesn't hurt to give like one key away here, one key away there, but like I can't be like, hey, me and my 5 friends all want to really get in. Like if I start doing that for everybody, then everybody's in. Like, so that's kind of that situation. But if we need more people, definitely pull from you guys. No question. Big time. Sean has repeatedly said that screen space is... Oh, so this is more on the chat tab stuff. I can just probably safely bypass that. Are we going to get anything that makes paladins feel more powerful? So I posted like a whole laundry list of things that I felt made paladins pretty good. I think maybe some of it's situational or not that powerful, or needs like tweaking. But in general, I feel like paladin is in an okay place. What do you think that they need? And yeah, I'm gonna be adding new stuff to classes, and I think it's gonna feel powerful. I think paladin is included in that, so I guess that's a long way of saying yes. You're gonna get stuff that feels powerful. I think Pantheon did the Cleric well. They get mana from auto attacks. Yeah, so like I don't want to go like full like Seal of Wisdom from WoW kind of thing, right? Like, because then you're just like, oh, I always have to attack, or otherwise I'm not getting all my mana's worth. I think there needs to be some kind of balance, because some players have the expectation of kind of passive healer play. That's kind of expected for this type of style of game. But I think it would be cool from time to time to be able to get into the fray and gain benefit from it. But there needs to be a balance, as I said. In Dayak, you could kind of go Smite Cleric, then spend a lot of your time with Stun plus Smite. It was useful in RVR, PvP, then PvE. But I could see the appeal, especially if the ward on deadlines. As Druid, I would switch between damage and healing depending on our group comp, which was nice. But I feel like clerics don't have that option unless you're in Wormsbane / Ancient Crypt. Yeah. So let me just copy that. That's a lot, but I get the sentiment, Eric. Definitely. What do you think about Beastmasters being able to savage spirit party member pets? Or Beastmaster having some sort of aura that improves pet haste or something in group? Yeah, I think stuff like that, it makes a lot of sense. Like a buff for pets. And it's something I believe that we have the functionality to do, so... yeah, that's something that I will copy down here as well. Any chance for Inquisitors to get mana / health back for purifying buffs off the enemy? Yeah, I thought you mentioned that earlier, right? I think that would be pretty cool. I did notate that, I believe. Hey, Gunner Wolf. Nice to see you in the chat. Welcome. I noticed Restorative Smite was healing the mobs instead of damaging them. Oh, yeah. Gotta look into that. I think the monk thing also does that as well. Celestial Strike. Hey, Wool Socks. Yeah, it doesn't force you into melee, but it's a nice little bonus if you need the mana or want to play that way. Right. I'll G up on Slack about how the Bear Shaman and AOC work. Cool. Also, regarding Druid, sometimes the spell increases on new rank are so drastic. The Moonfire line comes to mind. At 28 to 24, it gets pretty insane with 100 plus damage from a meager 30 before. I'll make a note. In general, though, like, yeah, there's going to be some nice jumps, some nice power spikes, but you got to make sure it's not, like, out of line. I don't experience charm being full duration at all, or even close to it. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. You know what? Maybe it's class specific. I think that's the issue, actually. Yeah, I think the charm issue is actually class specific. I think like Enchanter charm versus the other charms might be the issue, or one of the charms is like tuned weirdly or incorrectly or something. I have to look at the data and have to look at like the class formulas and whatnot. My charms seem to break at a rate that I would expect. Not too much, not too little. Just my 2 cents. Well, that's good. So I'll just make a note. For your information, I think your audio is capturing stereo. Oh god, I'm terrible with sound. I don't know. I gotta figure that out. What am I supposed to be doing? Yeah, so last stream I was using my headset mic, so I sounded like I was in a tin can. Hopefully this stream sounds a little bit better because I am using my Blue Yeti. And hopefully the sound balance is all good. I know it's multiple hours into the stream now and it's kind of too late to fix things, but always willing to improve for the next stream. Don't think you're going too slow. You take the time to actually consider all the suggestions people offer. Yeah, I try to. Like, I want people to feel like they get their word in and get their ideas and feedback in. We need more RP. Let me sit in the tavern chairs. Dude, I was just working on some furniture for housing, like getting some stuff for crafting together. And yeah, I'm like trying to get placeable chairs in, and then I was thinking about like, man, it'd be great to be able to sit in the chairs. I think the issue is the animation workload, so it's probably not going to be a priority. But and obviously you could sit on the chair, right? It's not as cool, but I think it would be excellent to be able to do it. Just when are we going to be able to do it? But let me write something down for that. I'd love at least an audio feedback when you get a tell or something like that. Okay. I noticed from watching a stream that Ashira have a very low aggro range. Is this tied dynamically to faction, or are they just not very aggressive? Interesting. They may... So what may have happened is when we created some Ashira mobs, maybe they were duplicated from certain mobs that innately had low aggro ranges, so it might be like a data mishap. So I will verify that things are as they're supposed to be. And it might be the case that we have to increase the aggro range in certain zones or at certain camps. I know Sean was saying that, I believe on EverQuest, they tailored aggro ranges to certain camps and zones and stuff so that the experience felt good. Whereas we don't have a ton of that in M&M. We do have the flexibility to do it. It's just we've been kind of relying on a lot of just baseline like aggro ranges and stuff, unless there's like a specific, really specific need, like this guard is running around tearing, up all the mobs into the zone. Like we need to lower the aggro range, right? So I think we can do better there, probably. But any camp or zone specific feedback is appreciated on that. Secondary slow for archer might fit. Aim at the arms. Yeah, maybe. Rogue is kind of the... Rogue brings that with poison, or is meant to bring that with poison. So I don't know. Maybe that's too much overlap because they're meant to be, excuse me, similar classes in terms of like they're both high physical damage classes. Nick, what was your main character's name on the Wraith back in old EQ? I don't know if I should drop my old character names because you guys are gonna find my old stuff and then I'm gonna get embarrassed or like made fun of or If you message me, maybe I'll tell you. But yeah, I was a kid. I was very much a kid in EverQuest. That back in the day. But in terms of bots on Blood of the Spider, I was just a mere applicant when I quit playing. Went over to, I think I went back to PlanetSide for a bit, and then I was just pretty much on WoW beta at that point. So it was just like too little, too late. Archer should get a volley of arrows AoE ability. Okay, put it down. Mesbreaker shot. I like that. Do you think track, presumably Ranger / Druid ability, will be in the game by early access, or will that be punted to 1.0? I love the game, just figuring out which class to play. Yeah, so we're working on track now. It'll definitely be in the game by early access. Sorry, I'm trying to find my spot. Hey Nick, I'm loving the game so far. The team has done a great job with everything. While on trade skill topic, I was wondering if there are any ideas to have gear with stats be craftable. Maybe with some rare ingredients that drop from named or something. It could be higher gear than name drops, but it requires skill to get the final crafted item. Yeah, so we have an item like that now. I'm not sure that the acquisition is something that I'm really fond of. I think it has the right idea, but I think playing more into the crafting and gathering aspects and killing of more basic mobs, while still having to maybe kill the occasional named, I just think that it could be a little bit better of a experience, and there's some cool things we can do with it. But there is some experimental stuff like that in now. But there's a lot of basic fundamental crafting stuff that we need to focus on before we hit like stat gear. I mean, obviously we have jewel crafting for stat gear on crafting stuff, but I believe that there is enough named loot in the game that like it's not a super big need for us yet, but it'll nice to have that stuff eventually, and more of it, I should say. But I can write something about that. Shadow Knight feedback. I'd love to see the Noxious Deluge line be in a frontal or an AoE. The damage is already low, and popping something to grab AoE aggro would be helpful. Interesting. Yeah, because since it's inherently weaker for the Shadow Knight, since they get it at a slower clip, maybe just giving them a unique line that's similar to that damage at a certain level, but AoE. It's definitely an interesting idea. Talking on Discord about giving paladins a flaming sword buff or something that would make them more desirable than SK. Vitality, thank you for the follow. You can put inventory clicky items on the hotbar at least? Yeah. I don't think the issue is it being called a hotbar necessarily. Wife played Beastmaster to level 17, which she wishes to continue. We do find it that it hasn't found its class identity yet, which all the other classes I've played are part of the community. Seem to come in early. Feels really nice. Me maining a shaman and being with her feels like she's just a weak monk / mage with and no real identity. Thoughts? Yeah, I mean that's definitely a possibility. You know, they just aren't. Flush them out, make them more powerful, do the things. Yeah, like we need, you know, there's more to do. There's a lot more to do with classes. I've been the main guy working on classes. I've been the only guy really working on classes. But it's not my sole responsibility, right? So there are a lot of hats that I'm wearing. But yeah, you know, it's no excuse, right? Like early access is coming up. We need more classes. We need more class ability stuff going in. And again, I kind of explained this earlier. My attention has been shifting to classes as of late, so expect to see more fleshing out of classes. As some of the content responsibilities that I've been working on are kind of getting wrapped. I haven't used bows in game yet. Do arrows function as ammo and you need to stockpile, or some other setup like one arrow goes in the slot? Yeah, arrows function as ammo, and you need to like stockpile it and craft it and stuff. It's kind of one of the things that we've seen a lot of feedback about. Is like such a pain to play archer because I have to always make arrows and stuff. So yeah, it's definitely a consideration. Will there be any class-specific trade skills? Probably not. Though certain classes may bring certain benefits to certain trade skills. Like, Enchanter can enchant bars with their abilities, bypassing the need to have like the skill for it, essentially. But it needs work because you can't like batch convert the bars. I think it's only one at a time. Vitality, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. How do you invis corpse run if you lose your spellbook on death? Well, A, you don't need to have your spellbook on you to memorize, or sorry, to use your abilities. You can memorize 10 abilities and then throw it in the bank. For a pretty inexpensive price, even in the early game, you can buy a second spellbook and bank that one while having your main spellbook on you, and then have essentially 10 abilities in that book ready to go to just have a full bar of abilities ready for any corpse runs. So, yeah, the corpse, the whole spellbook dropping on corpse thing is pretty easily solvable. And there's, you know, different logistics you can do with like group mates or yourself to have extra spellbooks available and whatnot. So, yeah, when I first was like, oh shoot, we're gonna do this mechanic, I was like, man, this is gonna be a rough one. But I think over time, people are gonna be like, oh yeah, this is not bad. It's just, you know, I have to pre-plan certain things. You know, like corpse runs are very much figured out in old school EverQuest, and I think corpse runs with spellbook mechanic is gonna get figured out pretty easily as well. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe it's like super overwhelming, but I think from what I've seen it's not bad. But I can understand like the first impression on it is like, wow, that seems crazy, but I think people will realize that it's not too bad. Bruca Draws, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Invis always breaks at the worst time. Known law. Yep. Is it deliberate that the enchanting trainer is so hard to access for anyone other than the enchanter class? No. We need to do something about that. Too much stone from mining. I'm constantly having to drop it on the ground. Too much stone and too little to do with it, too. Yeah, so I was talking about that a little bit earlier. I'm working on that. Working on there being stuff to do, and yeah. You know lots of people who want Barbarian. Yeah, I've heard that one. Barbarian, Savage. Or Berserker, I should say. Paladin tanking at 20 relies on continuous blind casts every 8 to 10 seconds. Feels like busy work. Would prefer a method to build threat instead of closest target gets aggro mechanic. Okay. Let me make a note. More animations for certain abilities will be good for player feedback. Paladin shield toss. I'm looking at you. Yeah. Archer could work as a synergy class. Limestone arrow that adds plus to any fire hitting the mob, etc. Yeah. Optional reagents, but still adds more, or has other things such as it adds more oomph, but you can critically fail. Seems cool. Archer, do not feel bad about making arrows. I really love the idea, to be honest, especially being able to make specialty arrows. Specialty arrows. Peace. Have a good day, everyone. See ya, Aeolus. Varus. Thanks again. Crafting arrows is literally the barrier keeping me out of playing any bow-based classes. Never been a fan of DPS / inventory attacks. Yeah, I get that. Not sure, Parker Grove. Someone on my guild's Discord suggested adding a quiver item to fletching that would be equipped in the ammo slot and either negates arrow usage or perhaps it's a container that reduces an ammo usage chance per shot. Oh, that's interesting. Headed back to work. See you, Nicodemus. You're welcome for the stream. Enjoy your day. Well, Archer gets to light up a mob already. Yeah. I like that idea. Rangers, archers, bars, or whatever functioning as shot callers, kind of designated MAs, but as Sean has said in his streams, maybe the target nameplate rather than in-game icons that would ruin the immersion. Yeah. I need to catch up on chat. Where am I reading from? Reading several pages up in the chat, I guess. Would it be possible to have additional classes to get shrink as well as shaman shrink. Get moved from 20 to 4. Low level dungeons are super populated, so it's difficult to see anything going on. I feel like you got to have that early pain, the early game pain for big races. And Enchanter does get shrink as well, but I'll add it as like shrink earlier, more classes. You know, it's feedback, right? Not everything on this is going to be acted on, but I'll take a look at it. Momentum type of deal for archers to help them stand out from rangers. Let them shoot on the move. Yeah, maybe like. I don't want them to be like too active or crazy feeling. Hey, Robert. To add to my question regarding mining, maybe different quality tools and chance to harvesting to make it quicker. Yeah, tiering tooling is definitely something that I'm thinking about lately. Rogue feedback. Pickpocket needs more incentive to use, perhaps adding poison reagents to the loot pool or something. Also, working into class quests would be cool. Some bleed abilities would be nice. Giving some variety to skill choices. Also, is picklock a planned mechanic? Yeah, picklock should already be in. I just don't know that it... Can you buy the picklock? You can buy the picklocks, I thought. But I don't think the doors are set up correctly for picklock currently. Very hard to kite at the moment. I feel mobs hit from really far away. I thought that got remedied a little bit, but yeah, it's possible with lag, and I think some of the ranges of certain mobs are too large. Time to send a DM. What's up, Rickson? Feedback. Trade skill leveling in general doesn't feel great at the moment. It essentially boils down to just repeatedly making the thing required the least mats to level to the next tier up. For JC, it's wires. For leatherworking, it's straps. For blacksmithing, it's fasteners, etc. This makes it far too easy to level up and skip tiers, particularly for jewel crafting. Feels like everyone is likely to be running around with strong crafted jewelry within weeks come EA. All it takes is a few hours of mining. Okay. Cinder Herald Train Patrol would be cool. Is there a way to sign up for the beta? Be in the Discord, follow the streams, get on the newsletter, mailing list. Look out for beta opportunities, beta key giveaways, alpha key giveaways. How does one apply for the alpha? Same deal. Why did he skip chat tab question? Has he already answered it? Yeah, we're doing chat tab stuff. I think people are just discussing the kind of details. Bumble 35, thank you for the prime. Welcome. Yeah. I feel like all tanks are reasonably well balanced with each other at the moment. Each of them have a niche and things they excel at, but not so much to the point they overpower the other tanks. Well, that's good. Is there anything coming from monks having access to fist weapons? Oh, that's a good point. Fist weapons. I'll write something down for that. Spell absorption on Inquisitor would be nice. Yeah. Purifying Blow is a mana tap. That's interesting. Yeah, like they dispel the ability and then they like take that dispelled mana and kind of absorb it. That's interesting. Yeah, Fighter Cleave would help maintain threat aggro on multiple targets, I would imagine, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, they do have what is it called? Unnerving Shout. I don't know that that does much currently, but it wouldn't hurt to have some, you know, like not super potent damage-wise AoE, but like an AoE debuff or AoE a little bit of damage plus debuff, so that there's like some nice threat generation. You hear? Oh yeah, I'm not facing my microphone as good as I can be. Like, sorry if your left ear is dying. Has a date been posted for the upcoming patch notes and patch day? No, we're still... So Ollie's on vacation, so it's probably going to be a little bit. I think he's gone for another 11 days, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, I'm sure we could probably... I'm sure he's capable of, like, creating a build, but, I don't know. Like, if anything goes wrong, it'd be kind of annoying. And there's a lot of stuff we're working on. So I'm cool with like kind of dropping like a giga patch in like a week or two or whatever. Gives me more time, builds up more stuff for the patch. The Necropolis gods were good for that. Get off the post enough, they would clear the yard. Yeah. I think their aggro range got increased again. When are a Druid Ranger getting Goodberry? Oh, Dargith. I keep forgetting about that. All right, we'll put that on the list. You were in Knights of Eternal. Nice. Eternal good. Last stream you mentioned how you wanted GM to handle camp disputes. Does that mean there are defined camps or boundaries of camps? I'm curious when early access goes live and people are fighting for space to find mob density, how this will end up being. I was wondering if there is any ideas for higher mob density or maybe dynamic respawning based off of players and zones or kill speed of mobs in the area. I want to see your thoughts on the topic and direction you want to see it go. Yeah, so GMs will handle camp disputes. That does mean there isn't necessarily defined camps, but you can camp a mob and like, so I would say you can camp a mob in a room, like a named mob, and any mob in the line of sight of that is kind of considered a camp in my book. Outdoor zones, it's a little bit different. Like, I think you should be able to camp. I think outdoor camps should be respected if it's like a very like known quantity, but otherwise you should be able to just camp a respawn location, right? And yourself or your group is one entity and can only claim one spot. If there's and another group or a person or group is another entity, and they should only be able to claim one spot. Now, if you both claimed a spot and there's like a third spot that is not being pulled, then it's a free-for-all situation, right? Like, whoever tags the mob first should have ownership of that. Otherwise, it would be like a kill stealing situation. So while there is claiming of camps, there shouldn't be egregious like monopolization going on, right? And we're gonna work on our play nice policy and get it out there. But yeah, the idea is that very much there is gonna be, enforced camps. We're already doing some of this in our alpha tests. If you petition about a camp dispute, we're gonna come handle it, right? We're gonna figure out what's going on. We have tools that we can look at to help with that. So play nice, play by the rules, but also you got to watch out for the people that are trying to rules lawyer people and kind of grief in that way. And we're not going to tolerate a lot of that. Like, I know that on like Project 1999 and some other servers, like people have really gone so crazy with the rules lawyering. And if you're doing this whole like sob story kind of situation, like we're just as likely to want to ban you, like, or suspend you or warn you in those situations, because we don't want this whole like cry wolf culture that some servers and some games have experienced. It's really annoying. It's frustrating as customer service people. It's frustrating as players that have to deal with that. So play by the rules and make sure that you understand the rules, so you don't think that other people are breaking the rules, so you don't report them and for not breaking the rules, I guess. Like be aware of our policies as we release them, and in the meantime, just try to play nice and just try to be 20% nicer to people out there, and you'll probably be in a good situation, and the community will be in a good situation because of that. As far as fighting for mobs and density and stuff and dynamic respawns, it's all possible, and may be utilized to help with certain situations on like high density launches. But we want to be careful that it's not like a manipulated thing that you could just like spawn unnamed over and over or something crazy like that, right? WoW has kind of had issues with this, with like layering and hyper spawns and stuff, like kind of trivializing certain things, and that doesn't feel good. So it'll probably be more a mechanism for like super early dense newbie mob situations and stuff like that, not like named or lucrative spawns. For the archer, would you consider an arrow that pulled a bunch of mobs onto a targeted mob for X seconds, or perhaps a single fear arrow? Or else fails, complete a shaman, complete heal and res arrow just to tick off the druids and shamans. I'll add it to the list. Always could use more range or archer ideas. Nick, life beckons, but thank you so much for doing this fun interactive stream. It's awesome that so many devs are willing to talk directly with the passionate community. Have a good week, all. Thank you, Quixana. You have a good week as well. Thanks for joining in. Plans for itemization to gear plate to more plus stamina, plus defense, plus mitigation effects, and leather chain to more attack, plus damage, plus strength type effects. Would help bridge the gap between fighter being so much better at everything than hybrids, with fighters having to choose similar to WoW, with a couple of warriors being tankier and every other warrior being fury DPS. Oh, I'll mark it down. It makes sense. But yeah, like a lot of our stats are just like, your standard strength, stamina, dexterity, stuff like that. We may add some more like special stats to kind of curate stuff a little bit more, but you know, in general, it's up to us to make stats feel good and make sure they're useful and make sure that gear itemization is a variety of different ways. I am so sorry about that, medium Evam. If you want to ask it again, I'll try to answer it again. I forgot what your question was. Stats on gear seems to homogenized right now. Tank gear typically always comes up with the same amount of stamina, strength, and HP. Asymmetry in stats, so you have to make choices about what you want to prioritize would be much more fun. Yeah, I get that for sure. But it'd be cool if some of the other stats did stuff for sure. But it would also be cool if just things that class wants innately, like melee damage and you know things like this, are you know emphasized more. For sure, I get it. I missed a cleric discussion. I'll check the VOD. The bullet points look promising though. I like Spellbook dropping on death because it evens the playing field a little between melee and casters, and EQ casters always had a huge advantage on CRs over melee classes. Yeah. And it doesn't even really necessarily even it, because it, again, the Spellbook mechanic is not difficult to get around. It's just having that knowledge and finding, you know, finding a way to efficiently do that. And I don't think it's... I think once you get a lay of the land in Night Harbor or wherever city you're in, I don't think that it's hard to overcome. So I still think casters do have the leg up. It's just they have that consideration. Yeah, people do find corpse runs hard, and they find it confusing because especially if they didn't play EverQuest or other MMOs that featured corpse retrieval. Excuse me, sorry. My throat is starting to go. My voice. Agreed. I truly hope that NWC guys stick to their guns on some of these issues. I love the danger that CRs add to the game world. Yeah, don't worry about it. Corpse runs aren't going anywhere. Let's put the stone in the range slot and toss rock. There you go. There you go. Inquisitor feeling the same chain casting to keep aggro? Okay. Oh, yeah. I got that. Oh my god. Am I at the bottom? Or wait, did it just like jump down? Getting close. Any plans to make carpenters or fletchers to be able to make some bows? Yes. Bows, staves, etc. Maybe just add all of Anguro to M&M? Thanks. Dude, Anguro, great zone, dude. A zone that's a crater is pretty badass. And then just the aesthetic of that game is phenomenal. I agree that paladins don't need damage skills, but more smites would be fun. Smite evil instead of hard casting undead nukes, for example. Yeah. Okay. Smites. Real talk. Is Wormsbane your BRD where it is much fuller and more complex than any other dungeon after it? Thanks, I'll take my response off the air. No, so... it just happened that, like... I don't know how to explain it. Wormsbane was just, like, such a big focus for a while that it got a ton of stuff. And some of the other dungeons, like, need a little bit more polish and need a little bit more TLC, essentially. But no, we have a dungeon internally that's not yet available on anything yet. That is going to be an adventure. Like, wow. It's huge. It's massive. It's awe-inspiring, honestly. And the content potential in there is crazy. So, more of those will come together for sure. There was a lot of overland to build. And the dungeons that we have done since then, which is basically Telkir and some mini dungeons, really doesn't adequately cover some of the epicness, I guess. But we're working on it, and we're working on improving existing dungeons. We're working on adding new dungeons. So, yeah. For me, one of the biggest pain points is things like first aid. Cloth is so in demand, giving it takes so much time to make bags, patch armor, etc. And there's so many, 3 players. Feels like you need to spawn more. Getting spare to make band-aids from is hard. Yeah. Rykoli followed. Thank you for the follow. Cool Jim Twitch also followed. And Bumble35 subbed with Prime. Sorry if I missed any of those. Dude Boy Orc Boy rated with a party of 10. Hey, man. How's it going? Thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Where are you coming from? What are you doing? The Severo subbed with Prime. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Hey, welcome in, Raiders. Appreciate you being here. We're just talking about Monsters and Memories stuff. Our indie MMO that we've been working on for quite some time now. So yeah, welcome in. We're just kind of chatting feedback about MMO stuff. And sorry, I'm so scrolled up in the chat, I might not get to your message right away. I'm getting close to the bottom, though. I'm getting close. Non-mana classes like Fighter maybe can meditate health back? Oh, okay, so you're saying like a regeneration skill. Okay. Bard Mez in PvP needs a revision. It's oppressive, mana cost higher or higher cooldown. Yeah, it's on our radar. Like, weird bug thing, but coin splitting / sharing seemed really odd. Like a party of 6 would get 1 silver, 18 copper, and say you only get 3 copper as your split or something along those lines. So verify splitting, coin splitting is working well. Well, goddamn, a Nick Day stream. What's up, Quados? How's it going, buddy? Yeah, I wanted to stream right after the playtest, but some things came up, and so my microphone stand broke. Then I like had a different microphone stand that was I ordered and got here, and then I got that set up, and then the cord that was plugged into my Blue Yeti mic like got like ripped open and like basically like bricked my mic. So my mic stopped working, so I had to get a new mic, and then yeah, I got screwed over twice basically. And then I had some real life stuff pop up, so I wasn't really capable of doing much streaming. But yeah, trying to get through some feedback and bugs and stuff, but it's been a good stream so far. Okay, let's see. Will aggro radius ever be changed? Yeah, so I was mentioning that earlier. Level-based aggro radius. As well as potentially modifying aggro like radii for certain camps or zones. Taunt shot for fighter, I think, was just a temporary fixate. At the bankers in Twilight Harbor, I noticed a visual bug where I added silver. The bank didn't update the number, but still let me withdraw correct amounts. Yeah, there's some lingering issues with the bank probably in inventory. Set that bad boy to mono and the advanced audio properties on obs to stop the directional audio? Oh? Can I do that? Can I do that without turning this? Let's see. Advanced audio properties. In OBS? Oh, I see advanced monitoring device. Do I need to do this with the stream not streaming? I'm so good at this. Anyways, I'll figure it out so I'm not like. It's not like you're playing an FPS game against me and you hear my voice coming from like different directions and then you know which way to like shoot. The diagonal run and jump to speed up on the PvP servers felt off. I don't know how serious the PvP is going to be taken by the dev team, but is there plan to keep that as is? Right now, yeah, it does probably feel a little jarring if you're not used to like old school games that did this kind of stuff with like strafe running, strafe jumping, and stuff like that. But no plans to change it. But I mean, if there's like overwhelming feedback that it sucks, then maybe there is. But I don't have an issue with it. Can I take your order? Yeah. Read Quick's DMs under Spellblade so you don't forget. Okay. Place color torches to mark claim boundaries. Yeah, I like, I want to do color torches, colored campfires and stuff. Random question. What gray boxing tools did you use for environment early on? Blender objects, CSG tools? So, Blender was used and Pro Builder. I believe that is the case. Any chance the hotbar could have the same red/not red cooldown indicator as the ability bar? I believe that may be happening. Let me just copy this statement, though. So we can have it. Everyone bust out your elf lawyers? Yeah. Dude, am I still, like, really high up here? Let me see. Okay, I'm actually getting close to the bottom. Any chance that Bard's current active song will show as not available on the spell bar rather than all showing good all the time? Let me just write that down and then see what you mean. Pet toys, sorry if you answered when AFK. Yeah, I mean like focus effects for pets and yeah, let's just say like pet toys. I don't know. Whoa, when did you go from HOTS to creating a hype MMO? Hey, Vessi! So about 5 years ago. Actually, like the pre-production for this game started in July 2020. That was just when Sean and I were like, hey, let's talk about this, and I'm writing design docs of what we've talked about and stuff like that. So didn't have a build till later in that year, and then for like the first year it was only a few of us, but now we have about to add our 35th member to the team. So yeah, things are really getting to a good place. But it's good to see you, Vessi. But yeah, I haven't played HOT since like 2015. It's been 10 years. Can you believe it? Got a work call. Hopefully you're still on when I get back. Okay, Q. Sounds good. I might not be. My voice is starting to get kind of raspy. Can we have an inventory slot for a harvesting tool, kind of like AoA? It's always a bummer to switch to mining pick or lumber axe all the time. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I don't know exactly how we want to do it, and I'll have to see what other people on the team have to say, but like I think it's a reasonable request. I don't know if it's going to be like a specific slot for it. I felt like it'd be cool if it was just in your bags or in your inventory, and then maybe it's usable from inventory. I don't know if that's reasonable, or if people are secretly in love with having to equip it. Because it is kind of cool to see somebody running around with it equipped, but I can understand that it is annoying. So we'll have to determine if that's like a point of friction that we like or dislike. But I'd imagine we probably don't feel too strongly about it in terms of needing to keep it. Thanks for expanding on your thoughts about camps mobs. I agree with your guys' vision with it. I really like the sense magic interaction, how it makes you feel more active watching buffs. Is there any room for improvement on this to include the duration of the buff, maybe in brackets next to the name of the buff? That way parentheses show stacks and brackets show duration. I'll copy this down. But yeah, I mean, we may even have visual indicators about like certain buffs and debuffs. We'll have to see where we land as we work on the UI more. But in general, I don't see it being too difficult to add the sense magic thing. Everyone, quick, spam more questions. No. No, I want to get to the bottom. I want to be able to respond to you guys in real time, not like 10 minutes in the past. I feel bad. Paladins need more combat skills. Holy Smites, Holy Flame, things to heal allies, and purge evil, maybe. Okay. Interesting is Smite did things like explode damage shield. Fighters have charge. What if they could also get an ability called Intervene that zoomed to an ally and blocked an attack and provided a few seconds of mitigation? I like the way you're thinking. So I think it would be cool. I think Intervene has always been a fun ability to use. I'll just put Intervene. I know there's been talk about monks receiving more attention. What are the thoughts on their current stances? Once I hit 12 on my monk, none of the other stances really compared to the wind stance, especially fire, since it felt like other DPS stance. Yeah, so I agree. Like, the air pet, obviously, and the air stance are both incredible. Or wind stance. And maybe there needs to be, like, yeah, there has to be, like, other reasons to use the other stances and situations and stuff that are adequate enough to use it. Viper494, thank you for the follow. So yeah, I'll consider something that we can do there. Tuck here is pretty good. Cool. Currently, you shift plus right click to equip things. Zaire, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the stream. Played some Tales of the Shire. Okay. Sorry, finally just catching up, dude boy, Eric boy. Currently, you can shift plus right click to equip things. Will we be able to shift plus right click to unequip in the future? Let me make a note. Maybe. Man, this is getting to be a big list here. Longilla followed. Thank you for the follow. Wormsbane armor tokens. Are they intended to be insanely rare? Yes. My group spent 3 days on the playtest in Wormsbane farming for them for 10 plus hours at a time and got 1 token over 3 days. Yes, they're meant to be rare. They're meant to be aspirational, horizontal content. That being said, they're being evaluated and reevaluated and stuff, and there will likely be some changes to Wormsbane armor. Probably less stats, maybe some thematic set bonuses, maybe a tweak to the rarity, maybe a tweak to the gems and stuff. So everything's being considered with it. Nick is gonna need to set a 5-minute cooldown on chat message. Yeah, this is crazy. I need to get to the bottom here, dude. This is insane. Okay. That Classy Cat, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Nick sounds so good in the left earphone. Yeah. Oh man, it sucks if the sound quality of the stream is gonna be messed up. Is strafe running faster? I couldn't tell for sure. Yeah, it should be. It may need to be a little faster, you know. I love my strafe running, if you know me. Quick, everyone start typing paragraphs. No. If he hasn't read this in 2 minutes, we get Lizard's early. Did I make it? Hopefully I made it in time. Is there a chance that spellbooks are going to stop being a bound item? Wait, aren't they not a bound item? Like you die and they're on your corpse, right? Oh, do you mean like no drop? The spellbook that you start with is no drop, but additional spellbooks that you purchase are droppable and tradable, if that's what you mean. Have the name changed to Nick M&M? Yeah, I think I grabbed the account. I don't know though, man. Something. I don't like change. We're gonna be like, who's Nick M&M? And people are like, who's Nick Hotz? But you know, whatever. Some people remember me. I swear. There's hundreds of them. Hotbar switching works pretty good. Only additional request I would make is make lumberjacking axe one hand. Maybe. Rock and Roll Clown 8, thank you for the follow. And Faded Song, thank you for the follow. Yeah, good compromise. Cooldown sweeps are actually being developed. They're being designed, developed, put together. So I'm not even going to write that down because it's being worked on. Cool to see it until you're a minute into fighting a mob realizing you have your pick out. Yeah, good point, Metalhead. I like cool if you can use the harvesting tools without the need to switch to weapons all the time. Yeah. Some backpacks could have special slots for harvest tools. They could even be visual. Yeah, I did have that thought. Make the lumberjack axe one-handed. Yeah. It'd be nice to have your spell icons flash when they come off cooldown. Maybe like something subtle, but I think just the sweep in general is going to be helpful. For the bard thing, I think they mean they'd like the UI to indicate what your active song is to help keep track of where you are in your rotation, or you have a certain. Okay, let me write that down then for bard. Taker pie. Oh, I don't know. I think pie. There is some cakes I do like. Inquisitor needs some more uniqueness from Enchanter to prevent it from being devalued to the point of exclusion from parties. While both serve different roles, the abilities overlap too much justify for a large portion of players. And yeah, there is meant to be more Inquisitor unique stuff. So, Inquisitor need lol? Do they? I mean, yeah. I don't know. I don't know that it's Inquisitor like to pacify people though. They're kind of more forceful. And Mez exists, right? Like Mez is good. But yeah, no, I think some things from the Enchanter need to be on Inquisitor potentially, and I think that they also need more uniqueness from Enchanter, so they need both. Any plans on Monk Kick being useful for Monk? Either on a separate cooldown from Celestial Strike or having a purpose to use it over Celestial Strike in certain situations? Yeah, so it's actually meant to just be more damage all the time than Celestial Strike. The problem is that it isn't anymore because it was rebalanced in. So yeah, let me make a note again. Ground Kick needs to do more damage than Celestial Strike. So yeah, how we accomplish that in the balance is gonna yet to be determined, but Yeah, just giving them more damage on round kick for starters. I'm not even good enough to have a UI section. I see how it is. It's just me being lazy. It's all gone to crap. I'm gonna have to like clean this up after the stream. You should see my... I don't even have categories when we're like mid playtest and I'm just like taking notes. I just like randomly capitalize all letters on a line. I'm like hard spells, and I'm like, memory leak. Like that's kind of how I take notes when I'm like mid playtest and just like people are just feeding me information, or I'm seeing things that I want to list down. So then I change it to be more cohesive and not look like a 5-year-old wrote it, you know? No slight against 5-year-olds. 5-year-olds own. Yeah, round kick is either useless since it's on the same cooldown, or it's not good enough to ever use. Yeah. Managed to get leather chest from Wormsbane. I must have mined 200 copper veins and got 0 gems for it. Yeah. So it's not only is it rare to get, but then you have to get the gems for it. But I think in a mature server situation, it'd probably be a lot better. But yeah, early on, it's gonna be a little tough. And you're not meant to be able to just have it by the time you leave. It's kind of meant for people that are kind of slow levelers and kind of hang out. But then again, you know, maybe it's still not even feeling good in that situation. I don't know. But yeah, everything with Wormsbane armor is being considered. You could reduce the per piece bonus to attribute, but then add it back as set bonuses. Yeah, maybe. I want this, if we do get set bonuses in, for them to feel like really thematic and not like too crazy, but just like feeling like cool. Like, I don't know. I think that set bonuses can be cool, but it kind of got to the point where it was just like, oh, here's your tier armor in like WoW or whatever game, right? And that was like the whole like point of set bonuses. It's like you get this really powerful thing for your class like every patch, instead of it being like, hey, here are these really cool lore and centric like item sets that are just cool and thematic and maybe aren't the best thing you can have, but people want to put them together because it's just cool to put together. That's kind of my philosophy on sets. Is just, yeah, special feeling, but not necessarily bis, like super mega bis that you need to get. Can you give feedback to whoever made the goblin do a little backflip when they use kick and they're smart and great and the best? Yes. Yes, we can. I mean, like an EQ for the spellbooks, having to keep spellbooks around for CRs feel needlessly punishing. Maybe again, I think that tackling the spellbook issue is not that bad, and like having that backup spellbook isn't that difficult to achieve. But you know, there are things that are going to feel needlessly punishing in our game, and it's not to feel needlessly punishing. It's to like create a sense of needing to be prepared and a need to maybe utilize logistics and things like this. And they're not meant to be like this daunting thing for your entire career. It's kind of something that you learn about early on, and then you learn how to mitigate. Like corpse runs in EverQuest, people are like, "Oh crap, corpse runs." and they learned how to mitigate them. They learned the best ways of dealing with them, and eventually they became not so punishing. That's kind of the idea. Like, we're not trying to make things feel overly punishing forever. It's just meant to be a little bit punishing, and you kind of figure out how to mitigate that. So, and I feel that Spellbook is no different. Like, Spellbook dropping is tolerable once you understand what's going on and where you are in the world and stuff like that. But yeah, I could be full of it too. So, but yeah, that's just my thoughts on it from being exposed to the game for so long. And I originally thought that as well. Like, I was like, wow, Spellbooks, like this, how does this even make sense? And it does. I think it does over time. Let's give it some time. And sorry for the monk stances. I don't know / think it's win being too good more than other stances that aren't good enough. Yeah, for sure. I get that. Yeah, and the dot, exactly. The potential isn't really great there. Yeah, that's a good point, Eric. Like, maybe it's okay that the spellbook is what's it called? Maybe it's okay that the spellbook like the starter spellbook is not no drop. Maybe it's like no trade instead of no drop, or I don't know. Like, nah, that doesn't. I have to think on that one. I'll make a note for it. Like, potentially making the starter spellbook not droppable. CML Dexter, good to see you, man. Long time no see. I hope you're doing well. Just talking about some this game I've been working on. Are you gonna add more abilities to the pets for the higher level ones, or upgrade the minimum that they are providing? I think so. Like, I'd like to add some more. It depends, right? Like, the Elementalist pets I feel are in a pretty good spot. But other pets I think need some more abilities, or need an ability. Like the zombie one it doesn't have an ability currently. But you know, I'll copy that and put that under pets. Let's see. Holy moly, Nick is back for round 2. Yeah. How much has been said about Archer? I fell asleep and missed like the last half hour. A lot of good ideas about Archer. But you know, I have some stuff that I want to work on for the Archer as well. And yeah, we're gonna get to it, so don't worry about it. Mend would be nice to be able to use while Feign Death without it breaking FD for monks. Yeah. I mean it's pretty much intended. It's just I don't know that it is the functionality exists for that. But I have to double check. Make it take up the backpack slot. So the tool? Is charge supposed to work if you are rooted? Probably not. But I could also see it being a thing where it's like a root clear or something. But maybe it shouldn't do that, actually. Maybe that's like a cooldown version of it or something. Does it work if you're rooted? I'll make a note. Either way. I'm late to the stream, but can I hear your thoughts on Bard AoE? I found myself wanting a damage dot when playing the Bard. You don't get a damage dot? Because I thought people were like swarm kiting and stuff with the dots that are available. Even though, are they AoE? I don't believe they're AoE. I think they're just single target. But by nature of kind of twisting and stuff, like, it still kind of works, right? Killing multiple mobs at the same time. But in general, so with AoE, I've been trying to be pretty conservative. Don't want there to be a lot of like free AoE, because then it turns into like, you know, like you can just AoE stuff without any consequence. I think there needs to be a little bit more AoE in the game for sure, but it just needs to be controlled and balanced and reasonable. Thoughts on SK Aura of Vampirism? Seems a little punishing if you're using a two-handed weapon with slower attack speed. It should be normalized, if I'm not mistaken. But... yeah, like, you should get procs more often. Oh, is it percent based? Maybe it says that in the tooltip, but I don't believe many procs have been percent based. They've been PPM based, procs per minute. And all that stuff is normalized for a long time now. Maybe it's a situation where that's incorrect, but what I'm explaining is the design intent, and I'm pretty sure it's been like that for a long time. But let me know. Am I part of the dev team? Yeah, I'm one of the basically one of the kind of like lead designers and co-founders. Be a shaman, buy extra book, put Sal, IVU, and Viz on it, go get corpse. Yeah. And I mean, once you get enough money, you can just get a full 10 slots on your spellbook, on your backup book, and then you're fully kitted. You don't have the flexibility of going beyond those 10 especially if you leave your backup book in the bank, which you probably should. But yeah. Yeah, it's not a difficult problem to solve at all. It's just that people don't understand Night Harbor. They don't know the layout of Night Harbor. They get frustrated with like moving around and Night Harbor because it's so large. And if you are, if you go in the wrong direction, then you're wasting a lot of your time. But I think as people get better with the layout, people understand the mechanic more and know you could get the backup books, and get used to everything. Like, I think it becomes a lot less frustrating. But I do understand the kind of impression, the first impression, because that was my first impression as well. Yeah, it is cost prohibitive early on, but at the same time, you could just use you can put your original spellbook in the bank, and your original spellbook is your backup spellbook. And then you just keep your 10 abilities mems the same, and you lack a little bit of flexibility, but you make up for it in being able to have a backup spellbook earlier. And that's probably worth it especially if people are complaining about that, right? You don't need more than 10 abilities at that stage of the game anyways. Is there any chance that a pass will be done on chat window filters? I was trying to separate combat messages from myself and others into 2 different windows, but I couldn't get the messages to stop showing up in the first window after moving them to the second. And would like to be able to set default channels per chat window. Yeah, I would say the short answer is yes. Let me make a note, though. I really like that I can put spells above my level in the spellbook. I can't mem them, but I can go buy my next spells and mem them all instead of picking up an inventory. Props for that. Yeah, it's nice. For monks, there are also reports that as you get into upper 20s, fist DPS starts to out DPS melee weapons, which is very cool, and I think a lot of monks want to see that, punching with their fists. However, it's the case it does mean monks also get 1 to 2 less equipable slots for late game that would add stats, HP, etc. I think there's just an itemization issue at the moment. We need to tweak our kind of global damage values for different levels and stuff, and yeah, I think it's just an itemization issue mostly. That will be resolved through itemization and better itemization and stuff like that. Fist weapons potentially. Regarding the trainee spellbook, ability to move spells from one book to another. Yeah, we have talked about that, right? And maybe there's certain abilities that are no drop. You can't actually transfer from one book to another. But I think there should be a warning about that. The reason to be no drop on Spellbook is for PvP servers. Isn't it that you can't loot the Spellbook if it's in the Spellbook slot, like the waste slot? Anyways? Correct me if I'm wrong. EQ Ellie Water Pet, one of the Necro Scallies was a rogue, so could backstab, etc. Yeah, the class diversity of pets isn't there yet for sure. That was really cool in EQ. That some of them were like monks, some of them were rogues, stuff like that. It'd be cool to be maybe there's an Inquisitor pet, or maybe there's not necessarily like a whole fleshed out Inquisitor, but I don't know. It would just be cool to have more classes for pets, even if it's just like a shadow of what that class is. Are you happy with the hit rate accuracy of pets? Elementalist pets fighting mobs lower level than them appear to miss 50% of their attacks. Nope, we talked about it earlier. So, mobs that are much lower level are obviously not able to hit, and then vice versa, not able to get hit. So, yeah, there's some combat formula stuff we need to resolve. spell loadouts would be really nice. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that we can talk about. But we do like the physical aspect of grabbing something from the spellbook and like interacting instead of interacting with the construct of the spellbook as opposed to interacting with the ability bar or like a UI window of like auto memorize all this stuff. And I love that thing. I love that in EQ, but I also love like the actual feel of utilizing the book itself physically. So maybe it's something that we do, but maybe not as well. But I will notate it here. Not damage dot, but damage AoE. Oh, okay. I'll make a note for it. Think about it. Turns into pull all the mobs AoE down with a bunch of AoE casters. Am I almost at the bottom? You already said you want Spellblade secondary slow to be important, but what about another weapon imbue that debuffs mob spellcasting speed? So, Inquisitor is actually that's one of the unique things that Inquisitors bring is they are the only class with like a Curse of Tongues kind of ability, where they get the spell slow, and that is very in line with their like anti-magic stuff, right? But yeah, I don't know. Spellblade as well, it might be a little bit stepping on toes, but I kind of like it being an Inquisitor only thing. But maybe something along those lines. Like another debuff or... Thanks, CML Dexter. Tell that to an enchanter, they swap so much. Yeah, no, I definitely get it. Like, I do my fair share of swapping, but like in the early stages, you like if it's a matter of like I don't have the money or like I'm gonna lose my spellbook, like I want more flexibility. Like something's got to give, right? And I think having to have those decisions to be made is, I think it's okay, but I don't know. Burning Nick points, huh? Okay. What platforms is the MMO going to release on? Just PC? So we want to have a Mac build. We have a like a Mac build that's fairly viable. It just we need to get some like automation and like patcher stuff going for it. And then there's also an issue within Unity where it's like too many lights and it causes like this pixelization effects, and that is more prominent on the Mac version, I believe. But I believe it's also a bug with Unity engine itself for specifically for the Mac. So when that issue is resolved and we resolve some things on our end, then we'll probably be able to be on Mac. No promises, but it's looking optimistic for a Mac build. I don't know about Linux. I know that people can get the game working on Linux, so there's that. But it's not like a native like supported thing, and obviously neither is Mac currently. But we're moving in that direction. Maybe a trait to start with a second spellbook. Oh, that's a really interesting. I like that. Like librarian, start with 3 spell books. Something crazy. The rule set for PvP says no bag items, but not belt items, so not sure. Well, yeah, I mean, bag items are essentially, like, I think include belt items, right? Let me see here. Yeah, bookworm trait. I really like that idea. It would also serve as a subtle way to clue new players in the possibilities of second spellbooks, because that is not immediately obvious to new players, I think. Yeah, having a trait, because the first thing you're doing is you're looking at the traits when you're creating your character and stuff. So just having that information that multiple spellbooks exist is good, even if they don't pick the trait. Good point. You could also have different levels of spellbooks that allow more than one saved loadout. Yeah, we do the loadouts. Archer ability. Different stances for Archer that they change into based on range from mob. Further away is higher crit, longer auto attack time, closer is quicker, less chance to crit. Along with it is a sense distance ability to make sure you're in the sweet spot for your stance. Oh, that's interesting, Goblin. Let me write that down. Oops. He's getting close to the end. We need more paragraphs. Still chasing the bottom of the chat window, yeah. Maybe epic quest that rewards some type of special spellbooks or with various abilities or perks. Like it. So it sounds like we're also going to be itemizing spellbooks. So, and maybe even like lanterns and certain, certain belt slot items that you wear on your belt. And originally my thought was like, that's going to be kind of degenerate, but it seems fun. So it's not that bad, honestly. So we're probably going to do that. And there is a few items that have stats and stuff. So I like my shop mana cost lets me pull like a psycho. Yeah. Oh man, I was just getting to look at bard notes too. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so this is just feedback, right? Like, not everything here is gonna be in, but yeah, it's good to collect all this and see what really resonates with us, and what changes we'd like to make, or maybe we get a different idea from something and kind of find some middle ground. So skip the beast feedback. Did I thought I let me know, send it again. Archers can attack and move as the adept archer they are. Well, they can. Are you suggesting that they should be able to? Because I mean, they have the starter step to move and shoot. They can't be moving and progressing the shot timer. After seeing how dramatically more powerful we get every 10 levels, 2030 is eventual class designed to have classes evolve as they level, or largely stay the same-ish but bigger number. E.g., high-level wizards projects themselves to apply melee debuff instead of having to melee manually. It's not the plan, but it's an interesting concept for sure. Love if the spellbooks are itemized. Yeah, it's cool. It's a nice chase item, and it gives you more stuff to chase after besides your core equipment. Sending again, haven't seen the note section on Beastmaster. They need a lot of love. They have one off ability. Muka, thank you for the follow. Faded Song, also thank you for the follow. The offensive spell, so they have one offensive ability. Casting spells that interrupt melee don't feel good. Offensive spell really serves one purpose, and that's pulling. Other than that, it's auto attack central with strike once in a while. Yeah. That's one of the classes that I want to work on soon. So, I mean, in general, it's just more unique abilities, ability lines. But I can add the whole note. The only other thing from Archer I'd want is like a knock arrow ability that lets you turn any arrow shot into an instant cast. But knocking itself takes a decent amount of time, rewards knowledge and preemptive play. Okay, we'll make a note. This is going to be like what I'm trying to get stuff in for certain classes is going to be really good, like ammunition to think about stuff. And yeah. Yeah, you think they should be able to auto attack while moving, get that Legolas feel? Yeah, maybe. Like that's how they went. That's the direction they went with WoW. I felt that for this type of game, it might be more appropriate if it was like a little bit less trivial to just do that, but it does certainly just feel nice. Um, but anyhow, um, yeah, I'll consider it. But again, like I think there's something to be said about requiring the stutter step, but I don't know. Maybe it's just too janky. But. See you, Candyman. No chainmail for Spellblade. I think it makes sense for half fighter right. Chain looks so cool, by the way. Excuse me. Yeah, so the idea was that they're leather, but they have really good self-shielding abilities. Because Ranger is already chain. So it's attempting to be a little bit different in that regard. Beastmaster desperately needs a pet heal. Well, they get heals, don't they? But I guess they receive them at a kind of poor clip, and so they like it's probably not good when you get it. Feedback. Make spellbooks have 10 slots per page. Yeah. I agree. I think we've already talked about it internally. I actually am almost 100% certain we did. SK could use expansion on draw strength line, maybe add a threat modifier. Yeah, it's just one of those lines that need to get extrapolated out. I'll make a note. Having a kill command style martial ability for Beastmaster has different effect based on pet type. Oh, yeah. I did think about the kill command thing in the past, but that is a good reminder. It's probably on one of my lists that I haven't looked at in a long time. What role do you see Rangers playing in the game? How are they differentiated from Archers, whereas in games like EQ, Rangers were the Archers? So Rangers are basically like Aragorn. Um, they're very adept at ranged attacks, but they're also very good in melee, and they have some tank ability, and they have some Druid magic. Archers are completely like martial. They physical based, no magic. They have like traps and things like that. They're higher damage, less utility, but yeah, very strong in that regard. Casters are going to get chase spellbooks. Perhaps give melee like a totem to wear on the belt slot to chase instead. Oh, that's a really cool idea. Cool. Passive regen for fighters should be looked at. Currently takes 20 to 30 minutes to naturally regen to full health, and Bind Wound only takes 10 to 30 HP per bandage at 10 seconds cast time. Yeah, it's being... it's something I've been thinking about, is slowly tweaking it back up a little bit, and then also verifying that Bind Wound is working as expected. Okay, Dan. Gotcha. That's what I thought. Yeah, that was the intent, Mad Looter. You're supposed to be able to get beast speech or whatever. Maybe a cooldown that allows moving and shooting like once a minute or so. Yeah, that's a cool idea. I like that. Or maybe like this, I don't know, specialization or something. Mir Anyen Shala, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that very much. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Would be cool if some of the Beastmaster attack abilities used a pet for the attack, such as pinning attack that roots or pounces that stuns. Yeah, that's kind of, I think, the idea with the kill command, right? But... Sorry, I'm just looking forward to the Goblin Archer. I do like the stutter step. It's a balance of player skill. Yeah. An epic quality spellbook that produces light, but instead of a fuel source, it drains like 2 mana per 10 seconds or something. Interesting. Bard feedback. Invis song randomly drops. Add a message for when Bard song is failing. Unless it's a bug, then ignore me. I'll verify if it's a bug or not. Let me add it to my list. Why do bards not get plate? Aesthetic choice early on. If we change their armor, I don't know. I don't know that we'll change their armor, but maybe we do. I talked about this earlier in the evening. Like, no plans for changing any of that right now, but you never know. That's where the Archer Ranger would differ. So Archer can auto-fire as they are adept masters of the bow. Rangers would need to step as they have more spells, etc. Yeah, that seems reasonable, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's something we could try out. I would just hate for it to be like a situation where you're just like solo kiting mobs, and all you're doing is just like running in place as you like kind of like machine gun them, you know. But I get the sentiment of wanting that type of thing, and so maybe it's worth trying. Make spellbooks 9 slots per page and a 3x3 grid to infuriate literally everyone. Okay. Beastmaster heals are super bad heals. They're half the amount of Pally. Yeah. Any chance we could get a copy of the meeting notes? Sure. Beastmaster pets being rideable with training or something. I mean, technically, anyone's going to be able to tame, but only Beastmasters can possibly tame for a combat pet. Spellblade needs magic pen debuffs for the caster boys. Okay. Put that down. Cosmetic backpacks, uber rare spawns. Yeah, that's definitely... Not only backpacks, other stuff too. That you wouldn't expect. Drop enemy spellbooks with rare spells. That is actually something I've tried to get in, like, functionality I wanted to get added. Is dual wield versus two-hand going to be more balanced? It seems like an EQ dual wielding nearly always takes a cake. Maybe in the future. We'll have to see how it all balances together. Like, we could probably easily, like, find ways to... I won't say it's easy, but I'm pretty sure we can find ways to do that, yeah. Bard feedback. More toys, please. DS song, more chant types, fear, rune spell, shield song, shrink song. Okay. Put it on the list. I did add bind vision yesterday. Although bind vision is currently not working for some reason. We have to fix that. I have it noted elsewhere. There's an opportunity to add a melee benefit to the campfire. Rested improves out of combat HP regen. Interesting. Beastmaster level 1 heal. Versus level 8 heal doesn't feel like an upgrade. Might need a slight tweak. Okay. I know that the availability of high-level armor and weapons on low-level characters is a bit of a problem. Have you thought about adding a gear point pool that increases every level and assigns a point cost to gear? You have an uber piece of 2, but have to trade off for a lower piece in another slot. Probably not a system like that, but we're gonna try to limit some of that like higher-level armor stuff in terms of like basic drops that are like super common are probably not going to be as good as they are, like the basic weapons and armor. And then, what's it called? We're hoping that, you know, items that name drop are, if they aren't sold, you know, for various amounts of cash, that they're either disenchanted or potentially donated to like temples and stuff for the religion system. So we're hoping to take a lot of that stuff out of the economy, and then also like, well, at least some of the cheap stuff, right? Get that out of there so that there isn't just like free, like decent named items for everybody. And then what's it called? Yeah, nerfing some of the basic stuff that's super common, like the weapons and armor. But it's already on the radar, so I won't even note anything there. Shot out of a cannon. What's your favorite class and what's your least favorite? No fluff. Least favorite? Least favorite class. Tough one. Beastmaster, maybe? Most favorite class, though? Probably... maybe Cleric or Necro? Probably Cleric, honestly. I like Cleric a lot. Bard question. Healing him doesn't seem to affect regen healing when you're hungry thirsty. I assume it's because it's tooltip increasing regen. Any plans to make it healing instead? Yeah, maybe. We could potentially do that. I'm gonna put a note down and then I'll figure it all out. Maybe to diversify the trade skill leveling path, the first time you make an item, you get a higher chance or guaranteed chance to get a skill up. Interesting. Put that down. Man, I'm gonna really have to reorganize this and like clean up some of this. Fun one for gameplay. Currently, when you brood a monster, it keeps its threat table to whoever has highest threat. It will stand there if a group member who has created threat on a mob is standing next to it. Mobs should probably attack the closest person to them, even if they can't move. So it's supposed to attack the highest person in range. Are you saying that it's like exploitable currently? Because that's probably been around for a while. It's something that we've wanted to fix. Oh, also Song of Nourishment. Suspends parties' hunger / thirsty status while affected. Interesting. Good note. Random LE idea for something like Master of Elements. Instead of transforming into an actual elemental model, apply the elemental's texture, fire, water, air effect, etc. to the player's humanoid model to become like a flaming humanoid under your armor for the duration. First actually prototype something like that, but the idea with Master of Elements is that you're very much the like elemental, and I do have plans for the ability, but we'll just wait until it get its glow up, I guess. You'd love if your goblin could ride his crocodile, yeah. That's probably gonna happen. Did I miss the response on racial size issues and zones? In general, we're okay with them, and we think shrink is okay. Maybe it needs to be available a little bit earlier, but not immediately having some stuff like that isn't the end of the world in my book. But I don't know. If a mob drops a rare spell or spellbook, they should have that spell in their ability list. Like when a mob has a weapon in hand and you know it when fighting them. Okay. I like the rare spells in Spellbook. Also, the idea of needing a spell scribe trade skill to pull the spell from the original book and make it scribable. Chance on loss on combine. Yeah, just, you know, chance of losing your torpor or something. No, I like it. Any possibility of certain classes having +1 hotbar ability button based on their martial or magical prowess? Would that cause balance issues or just provide more skill expression to classes with tons of ability choices? I kind of like things being a little bit consistent. So no plans, I would say, but it's a cool thought for sure. I brought it up before, but I really like No Man's Sky supercharged slots. Spellbooks could have similar, not game-breaking unbalancing, but a small bump to spells in that slot. Would add value to multiple spellbooks, crafted books, rare drops. Man, I'm gonna have to just do like a hard cutoff soon. Like, we're moving on to 5 hours, and I can't even get to the bottom of the damn fucking. Oh, sorry. Can't get to the bottom of the chat. Messed up. I think I'm almost there, actually, for real this time. I'm gonna start at the bottom and move up. No, that sounds like a bad idea. For rangers, get more unique ranger spells and not just low-level true spells. Attack buffs, proc buff, reverse damage fields that when you heal you when you get hit. Short duration. DS sprint AC group buff that can be used in dungeon as an OSHA button. Okay, we'll mark it down. Do I have ranger in here? I don't think so. I'm sorry if I missed this and you already answered. Is there any room for improvement on pet weapons? Feels like right now, no, there isn't, but there is intended to be. And so that'll be coming back. It's known. Paladin aura could increase healing done or received. Oh, okay. Clerics can train to become wedding officiants and bind people in marriage? Huh. I like that. Damn game looking good. Thanks, CML Dexter. Regarding bar damage AoE, if the concern is OP bounce, maybe consider damage AoE requiring a reagent or instrument, etc. Yeah, I think more of the concern is just like AoE in general and the fact that that it's just mana free. Maybe it's a mana requirement or something. I don't know. But then that's kind of goes against most of the bard. But I think there's going to be AoE. I just don't want it to be too crazy. %10 experience when grouping with your partner. Yeah. Sometimes I accidentally curse. We could have Nick Fridays every 2 weeks, lock in. Yeah. Like, I don't know what the cadence should be for my streams. Like, I don't want to, like, I need to work on the game, you know? Like, I can't be just streaming all the time, man. How many vacations does Ali take a year? Dude, Ali, those are well-deserved vacations. Ali is a saint, a scholar, and a gentleman. By the way, Gorf the Imp and Melons, thank you for the follows. Gonna be getting to the end, right? This is an endless chat log. It's feeling like the Mario 64 stairs, man. I don't know what's going on. I need to do like the like collision glitch where you just like get through it. I Idea for streams? Do thematic live streams for classes, quests, systems, etc. Yeah, I don't know. Brother, you're heading into 5-hour territory here. Is anyone gonna stream? Like, does who like, is anyone on the team gonna stream after this? Because let me know. I can just do like a hard cutoff and call it a day. Yeah, Gabby Goulage. Thanks for contributing. What are your thoughts about potentially never reaching the end of chat? Oh my god. Yeah. This is running its course, I think. Is armor functioning correctly, or is there a soft hard cap at AC that doesn't show? Yes. I believe it's functioning correctly. But yeah, they're. You know what? Actually, I have no idea. Ask Ali, please. Ask Ali and Runeth if it's working correctly. But I believe it is. So that's something. Is it working as good as it could? Probably not. Give Inquisitors just a little flicker of the spirit of Darth Vader when swinging Purifying Blow. Let the Inquisitor weapon briefly flash red, white, kind of like original film effects. Oh, I like that idea. They are inspired by Darth Vader to an extent. Went for a nap, come back, and Nick is still streaming. Awesome. Not for long. Like, I need to get to the bottom of this chat, and then I need to, like, see who else on the team might be streaming and hook them up, you know? I would stream right now, but I have to real life to attend after this stream. Ah, it's all good. I'm sure. Oh my god, I got to the bottom. I actually got to the bottom. Yes. Any thoughts on adding grapple type skills to Monk? I mean, those are good thoughts. Let me add it to the list. But Nick, I missed anything about archers? Can you show me your list? Yeah. So I could post this into the Discord. You guys want to look at my like ramblings and just random notes and copy pasting. Quick distract people and say that there is a 4-hour playtest. Oh. There isn't. I'm sorry. Now it's not 10 to 15 minutes behind. Yeah. My favorite note was welcome to Goodberry, home of the Goodberry. Yeah. Oh my god. Be sure to make sure to open it to edits too. Yeah, no. Leveling noise. You did it. You finished the hell level. I'm in chat. Yep, pretty much. Can somebody like open OBS and like screen like snip what I need to click so that you like your left ear isn't the only thing that hears my voice? That'd be hugely appreciated because I for some reason am really not good with OBS. I mean, I have a basic understanding, but I just don't know where that audio setting is. Thank you, Quados. I appreciate that. Or I click the audio mixer. Oh, like in Windows? on OBS. Maybe I'm just tired. I might need a nap. I'm kind of like a deer in headlights kind of situation. I'm sure if I like got off the stream, I'd probably be able to find this. But... Oh, audio mixer. Duh. Advanced audio properties. Oh my god, I could have done this so long ago. I found it. Check mono for mic / aux, I'm guessing. Did I do it? Did we do the thing? Oh my god. Ah. One of these days, one of my streams will not have scuffed audio. I'm so sad about that. Whatever. People on YouTube are gonna be like, wow, this guy's real smart. Five hours of just the right side? Yeah. I got it. All right. Well, we're at 5 hours. That just happens, doesn't it? That's crazy. I guess we find somebody to raid. Is anybody on the team streaming? Should I go ask? Let me see. Yeah, it does go by fast when you're talking about something you're passionate about. That is true. Last hour of the stream gets us questions in. Not a chance. We're at the bottom. It's over. You run through this MS this through MS Teams and have AI summarize it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Thank you for the informative stream. Went by fast. Yeah. Glad to do it. It's fun. Let's see. Okay. No pressure, guys. You don't need to stream or anything. Let me look if there's anybody. Oh, whoops, sorry. Is there anybody to raid? Time to raid a hot streamer? You think? I don't even know. Like, who do I raid here? It's gonna take me like 10 minutes. Primus? Yeah, I could raid Primus. We did that. All right, guys. Thank you for all the subs, follows, donations, and yeah, just good feedback and kind of bug reports and good conversations. It's been a lot of fun. I'll get this posted up. I'll get the document linked as well. And I should probably close Slack so that doesn't pop up or prevent that from happening again. But yeah. Have a good night. I'm gonna send the raid off to Primus. Gabby Ghoulish and SSA Blue Knight, thank you for the follows. All right. Have a good night, all. Let me send off that raid. Yeah, good idea, Viro. All right, again, thank you for joining the stream, and I'll see you next time. Don't know when that will be, but hopefully it'll be sooner than later. It's been fun. Thanks again, guys.